and evening to everyone joining us today. This is your girl, Tope O, hanging out with you here. A big shout out to my very own Remo Brothers show for supporting us during this podcast. Thank you so much for the encouragement and always having our back. So we'll begin having a candid, open discussion shortly for the next couple of hours, focusing on respect in a relationship. Yes, I said it, respect. This is very important and crucial for the survival of any relationship, be it platonic or intimate. Should it be earned or given? Why is respect abused in relationships? Does the split system make sense? As a reminder, this is not a question and answer session. Simply briefly address your submission. Our discussion is strictly for adults and is not an outlet to bash or disrespect any gender or individual. Have an open mind, be respectful, and let's enjoy the ride. Adama, welcome.
Yeah, Tope, I just want to say I'm sorry to our viewers. Sorry we're running late. There was a kind of a miscommunication. We apologize. Let me start by saying greetings to everyone wherever you're watching us from. And I hope you guys are looking forward to today's segment with me and Tope. And we just want you guys to come in, enjoy the show, keep an open mind. We are talking about issues that affect us here in the diaspora and the African community as a whole. So before we start this show, we have a few rules. And one of those rules are some of the, this is going to be an adult show. So if you have kids watching, this might not be, some of the language we may use may not be appropriate for them. So we'll ask that this is not a kids-friendly show. We just want to reiterate that and make sure that the parents watching are aware that this is an adult-only conversation. And for our viewers who will who will want to join us, this is a no camera segment show where you can come share your opinion, your ideas. We're here to learn from each other. And please, whatever your opinions of you may be, please be respectful. You don't have to like what Adama says or what Tope says, but all I ask for you is to be respectful. At the end of the day, the goal is for us to learn from one another. Keep an open mind. Do not be judgmental. Leave people where they are. Be nice. And let's start the show. Tope, are you ready?
Let's go.
All right. Tope, we have show here. I would like to have show please highlight the topic so people can know what we're talking about. Show, do you mind coming in so you can join us in the stage? Thank you. Hi, Show. Thank you so much for helping us out. I really appreciate it.
No problem at all. I wasn't even prepared to join. I wasn't expecting to see anything. Had a long day.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Good evening, Tope. Good evening, Adama. I have an idea of what the topic is about. There's a video that I think would launch the conversation. Would you like me to play the video or?
Given what we've gone through, Tope, if you approve, I approve. Do you, Tope?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Those again say nay.
Mr. President, we don't want it to be killed. We just want a bit of modification. We don't want the bill killed, but it should be slight modification, sir. It's a necessary bill.
This is Natasha in the chamber. You have to be recognized before you speak.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, we are not in a nightclub.
Okay, so I believe that's the video you wanted me to play. So I'm not sure how you want to lead on the conversation, but
Today's topic is the split system: is respect earned or given? And why
yeah.
do we abuse respect in marriage or relationship?
One second.
So, I want to start off with you. You just watched that video. As a
Well,
man,
I,
do you think that he would have done that if that was if that was a male senator? So that's my question to you.
I don't think so. I think Akpabio is not the standard for men. As a man, I can say that confidently that I wouldn't want Akpabio to be used as a standard for me or for most men. So he calls himself the uncommon governor, or he called himself the uncommon governor. He's now the uncommon senator. So he's not a very common man. It was quite condescending what he did. I think he apologized for that. I didn't watch the apology because I'm not interested. But I heard that he apologized for the comment. I don't think he would have spoken to a man like that. I know, everything to him is a joke. Everything's like banter. It's like the chief clown at the circus. But I think, the society, and maybe to a large extent, still in Nigeria and maybe Africa, is a patriarchy society. So where it's a man's world, and for someone like Akpabio, probably thinks the women should be glad or grateful that they're senators. I don't think he will speak to another man like that, and I don't think most men will take it from him lying down. We've seen other men speak out against Akpabio. I'll check before the end of your broadcast if I can find one of the videos of someone who pushed back and said, I was voted the same way you were voted in, and that person is still a senator today. When Akpabio spoke to him in a manner that he felt it was rude, he pushed back. So Akpabio is not the yardstick for men, at least not for me. So I don't think he should have spoken to her, and I'm glad that he apologized, even if I know that he doesn't mean it, but at least he apologized.
Okay, Tokwe, do you have anything to say regarding our topic today?
Well, Adama, in certain professions, after looking through that Akpabio clip, I've taken it that, in certain professions normally dominated by men, such as politics, where the expectation, is for women to take the back seat and to be seen and not heard, you tend to see situations like the Akpabio situation keep happening. So Akpabio is not just the only man that I expect that kind of treatment towards a woman.
So if you say Akpabio is not destined, given our topic when we said is respect given or earned, how does that play in the African community?
Well,
I want us to look at it, and Sure is listening to me. I want us to look at it as people who live back home and people who live here in this diaspora. What is respect?
Are you asking me?
No, Topper wants to. I want her to answer. Then I'll go to you next.
So, Adama, let's be frank, and I'll always want to zero in my thought process towards the Nigerian setting, which is my background. Respect is demanded and given to men. It's just it's just an expectation, because men usually use their financial capability as power and have an edge, to control women who may solely financially be dependent on them. In this situation, the women have no other choice but to give that respect or stand the chance of getting stripped of the financial benefits they receive, or they lose their chances as being either the spouses and get replaced by other women just because of respect. Religion also has played a role in constantly setting the expectation for women to be submissive, and the man being the head of the household, which men tend to sometimes take overboard and use it as a control mechanism. That's just how I see it from the Nigerian setting.
All right, Sho, what would be your opinion if you heard what Tope said in terms of respect? You live in the diaspora, I live in the diaspora, Tope live in the diaspora. And as someone who never dated back home, but dated here, what would you say respect is, Sho, speaking from a man point of view, back home and living here in the diaspora?
Well, respect for either gender or for
Either
women.
gender. Like, I hear men say when women come here, we abuse the laws here. Why should I respect her? She's quick to remind me of things that I need to do. Like, it's like when our women come here, they know that they have rights, they abuse it. Why back home, a man automatically expects you to respect him regardless of what his position is?
Okay. Well, I think I get your question. So for me, I think if we look at this closer beyond the surface level, you would probably find out in most cases what exists in a lot of societies back home is probably fear of men and not necessarily respect, or maybe fear, for the lack of better word, I would say fear of men, not respect. Because if it is genuine respect, regardless of where you live in the world, it shouldn't change by much, not to the point that it breaks your home. So I think what a lot of women probably have to deal with back home is the excessive, largesse of men. So when they come to the Western world where there's parity, and it took the Western world, some time to get to where they are. They never started this way as well. There was a time where women in this UK gave everything they owned to their husbands. Women were not allowed to own anything in the UK, even in terms of voting right. The women weren't allowed to vote in the UK until 1918. They couldn't vote at all. In 1928, a decade later, women could vote at the age of 30, whereas men could vote at the age of 21. Then I think in 1969, they dropped both ages of, voting age to 18 for both. So even the Western world, it took them a while to get to where they are. And I'm not saying we should take as long as they did. But I feel what leads to most of these breakdowns of relationship and marriages that we see in the Western world is, when women have bottled in so much, or in some cases, they don't even know that, they're probably enduring or quote unquote suffering. But when they come to the Western world and they speak to their colleagues at work, I don't want to stereotype nursing, but, you go to work, 12-hour shift, you get a lot of time to talk to your colleagues who've been here or born here, and they tell them how their homes work, or, no man should talk to you like that. You shouldn't be 8 months pregnant and still be cooking and kneeling down to give it to your husband. So those sort of conversations do happen, they're not fiction, they do happen. And it makes the woman who's just come from Africa think, or Nigeria think, what? Hold on a second. So actually, all this while, someone, this guy's just been suffering me. I'm somebody's child now. Why am I enduring this? Why am I enduring that? So I think it's not respect per se what is obtainable in Nigeria in most settings. I'm not saying in all cases, but in most settings, I don't think it's respect, because if it is respect, genuine respect born out of love for one another, I don't think they will come to the UK and everything will just disintegrate, because the woman our eyes have been open. And guys as well, like I said in your first, I think your first podcast you did, when I joined, I think guys as well, when you come to the West and you start doing the 50-50 split, I make money, you make money. In some cases, you probably think she makes more money than you. She's a nurse, she does longer hours, she makes more money. And you're saying it's 50-50 split. Something you never did in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it was like 90-10, where the man was dropping 90% of the money for the upkeep of the family. So he got to decide and dictate everything that happened. But now you're doing 50-50. All of a sudden, everything changes. The woman is now thinking, if I'm dropping 50% off the upkeep of the house, how come you're going to be dictating to me? We both go to work. We both do 9 to 5. In fact, I do 12 hours. So don't expect me to come back and cook for you. If you get back before me, you do the cooking. So these are some of the things. I think if we look deeper, we'll see some underlying issues, So for me personally, it's not respect that happens in most homes in Africa. It is somebody being afraid of the other one. And when she comes to the West, UK, US, Canada, she finds freedom and she escapes.
Sure. Thank you for having an open mind. And will you say coming to the diaspora kind of helped you have this open mind, or will you say your background, how you were raised? Like I
It's
believe,
go on,
Say that
go
again.
on. No, go on. Carry on. Sorry.
I believe that how you were raised plays a factor on how you treat another human being, regardless of what their sex is, if it's a male or female. If you have respect for yourself as a woman, you will treat a man with respect. If you came to this show and I approached you with a hostile voice, you're going to respond to me back that way.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, I hear our men say this thing: our women lack respect. They don't know how to, let me use this word, submissive. They don't know. You need to be submissive. I hear that word a lot. Why do you think we use that word a lot?
Well, I don't think I don't think it's something that is common or found in my dictionary. Submissive. It depends on the context, to be honest. It's not necessarily a bad word to, it's not a bad thing for your wife to be submissive to you. It's one of the commandments in the Bible that, wife should respect their husbands and husbands should love their wives. But to answer your first question, it's a bit of both for me. The way I was raised in a home that's not similar to what I saw around me once I stepped out of our house. So I was raised differently. So I quite struggled a lot growing up in Nigeria, even with my teachers from primary school all the way till I left Nigeria. Everyone who taught me, not everyone, but most people who taught me in every classroom had an issue with me, most of them, because I asked questions, not in a way to antagonize, but in Nigeria, you're just not allowed to ask any question. Your teacher says it, your lecturer says it, and that's fine now. But I was raised in a home where I was allowed to ask questions. I was, in fact, encouraged to ask questions. And I saw a lot of respect from my dad towards my mom. Despite the fact that it was a typical, African man, a lot of, side pieces here and there, but there was still a lot of respect. I think I only saw my parents argue, like proper argument, once. And it wasn't like they were having the argument while I was there. I walked into the argument. So, and I'm sure they argued many, many times, but they kept it away from us. But my dad respected my mom a lot, probably because he traveled a lot, educated. But I think I was just fortunate. But coming to the UK, of course, now sealed it for me. I saw the way people, respect women, respect the elderly, little things that I wasn't too sure of. Then it became cemented for me, like, okay, this is the way it should be. And I'm not saying you put women above men. No. It's not the woke nonsense, because you can do too much of anything, and too much of anything is bad. So I'm not on the side of the woke. Oh, sure is woke. He's now no. A man is the head of the house. That's the way I see it. That's the way I believe it should be. A man is the king of his home. You should never be the prince. Don't be the one that your wife will be rubbing your head and you become the prince. You should sit on your throne as the head of the house. I'm all for that, but I believe you should love your wife, respect her. There's no sin in respecting your wife. There's no crime in helping out your wife. You understand? So for me, growing up in Nigeria, I saw part of it in my immediate house. And coming to the UK, I've only just continued, from what I saw my parents do. That's the way I run my house. I respect my wife.
Blackstone and Mr. John Haber, you don't mind. I'm not the problem.
Is it me or you're breaking up? Sounds like internet is
Adama,
bad.
you're breaking. Adama, you're breaking. We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm having a problem with my computer. I have 3 systems open at the same time. Sorry, but sure, could you please bring in Mr. Blackstone and John Abba, please? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. At least we have a pastor here now. And we have one-time guy man, Blackstone. He's repented, but he used to be a guy man, so they can bring other perspectives.
Mr. Blackstone, welcome to the show. Mr. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Mr. Blackstone, and
Thank
Pastor
you.
John Abba in the building of Texas.
Thank you, ma'am. Good to have you. Good to be with you guys.
Thank you. We are talking about today's topic is respect earned or given, the split system. Why do we abuse respect in a marriage or relationship? So I will start with Mr. Blackstone. The Blackstone, could you please unmute your nest? Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. And there are many reasons why there's lack of respect in a relationship or in marriage or in a split system. And this actually depends on individuals, like what Show has been explaining, right? First and foremost is the upbringing and character, right? But no matter how you were brought up, there's always a room for a change, because they say change is constant. And when we bring these issues into diaspora, we see that most people that were actually respectful or respect respect their partners in relationship or in marriage, some of them, when they come to live in Nigeria, come into diaspora, they have a change of mind. They begin to change because they are influenced by the society. And this is applicable to both male and female, right? Like in society, in Western world, we know that women has a more advantage than men when it comes to the area of marriage, actually, where they are married couples, legally married, even sometimes not even legally, they are living together, right? When there's an issue, you can see the woman calling the police and so on and so forth. So that also bring in the idea that I have an upper hand in this house, in this home, right? And so whatever the other person does is like, why are you doing this? I don't like this. Or then at least it keeps that respect for each other, right? It keeps that respect. To some people, but there are also very good people who respect their spouse, who respect their marriage, who value their marriage. So the first thing I ought to say that, what value do you attach to your partner? That's the first question. So if the value you have for your partner is diminishing, the respect for your partner will also be diminishing, right? And there are things that happens between partners, between couples, that actually result to this type of attitude whereby the respect is not more there. And one of these things has to do sometimes with finances. Sometimes, how do you do things at home? Do you give support? You are supporting your wife or your partner in the kitchen? Or do you help her to take care of the home, to clean? There are many things. How do you, if there are children, how do you value the children? How do you respect the children? How do you care for the children? What do you contribute, right? So there are many things that actually lead to this respect, whereby if a man or a woman want to have respect, there are things that lead to that respect. And when there's no respect, there are so many things, right? So in some area, I would say that in Nigeria, I guess that issue of respect is not actually there, right? Because if you say a woman is respecting a man, what is that man doing for the woman, right? And if a man is not respecting a woman, why is he not respecting the woman? It could be finances, to add the value. What value does he have for women? How does he see women? How does he value a woman? I understand every woman said, I will ever respect a woman because I have a mother. If I cannot respect any woman, that means I cannot respect my mother, no matter what it is, right? I have sisters. I tell people that if the way I treat a woman, that's also probably how a man will treat my sister. How I treat a woman, or that is the way they will treat my female children, my daughters, right? I can give you a clear example. If you can probably put this into, try and watch it out. A man that loves women that are womanizers, if they have a daughter, they protect their daughter because they know that what they have done to other women, probably other men may also do it to their daughters. And so if you don't respect a woman, don't also expect that a man will also respect your daughter or your sister in a relationship or in marriage. So as it's been said, what goes around comes around. So we have to be able to understand that before you marry a woman, before you go into a relationship, know that this person is a woman and he deserves that respect, right? And everybody, both the female, the male, we have to have that behind our mind, no matter what happens, right? If there's an issue, we can talk about it. So respect is reciprocal. Respect is earned. It's not given. You cannot respect an armed robber. You cannot respect a murderer. You cannot respect a person that abuses you. So respect is earned. So if you want to have that respect, do things that will make your partner to respect you, right? So the issue of being a woman being submissive, I don't believe that's what it's supposed to be. What the Bible says, woman respect your husband. It's a respect. Being submissive does not mean that that a woman is a slave. No, it is respect. A man can also be submissive to a woman. It's not one-way affair, right? It's not a one-way affair. So if you want to have a happy relationship, a peaceful home, that attitude of showing respect, appreciation to your partner is very, very important.
The Black please round up.
Yeah. So when that happens, you're going to have a happy home and a happy family, right? And then, so respect is very important and it is earned. It is not given. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blackstone. We really appreciate your views. I'll move on to John Abba now. The question I'll actually want you to first address before you go over your submission is in regards to religion, because I'd mentioned earlier on that part of the issues I believe we have from our culture and background back in Nigeria is regarding the religious sects, the churches, the mosques, the traditional groups, trying to, I just take it as brainwashing, women on this submissive issue, and yes, the man is the head of the household, but always being submissive, and as I mentioned earlier on, this can tend to make men take this overboard. Janaba?
Thank you. I heard you. All right. You are talking from religious perspective, I guess, and then you said if it is like a brain washed, the way women are conditioned. My question, and I don't want to use question to answer your question, but this is where I want to phrase it. are you going to disrespect somebody that gives you everything, including his life? And what else can somebody give to you more than giving you his life?
Are you referring to Jesus?
I'm starting from somehow like that, but just in general.
Because that's the only person
Don't
I
put
believe.
Jesus there. I'm just saying, or let me take life bed out of it. What can someone do than do everything, respect you, giving you everything that you ever need?
So you're looking at it now from a materialistic point of view.
No.
Yeah, because he said giving
When
everything.
he gives you respect, he gives you everything. When you say everything, everything inclusive, will you still look that person and disrespect the person that doesn't disrespect you, is there for you, he supports you, he come to your aid, he listen to you, he provide for you, he show you care, he show you unconditional love? Will you disrespect such person?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
The more reason why I'll also
I'm
give
trying
back.
to, the reason why I come from that angle, I'm trying to let you know then, the human aspect of it, I don't think anybody meet that standard. Because from the religious perspective, they say just like God is the head of the church, so a man is the head of his household. So a such man have what it takes, not just a man by male or by men sex. It's talking about deeper things, concern, affection, and all of those things. So if you say it's brainwash, you are very right, because it doesn't meet the criteria of you to say just respect or be submissive. Submissive for what? To abusive? Submissive to something of demeaning? Submissive that you are a collateral to something? So I don't think that meet the standard. If you come from the religious aspect, I don't think any. I don't want to call it brainwash, but I don't think any man meet that standard that the Bible is referring to. Do you get me?
Absolutely.
Yes. So that is how I'm not gonna say it like you said, like it's a brainwash, but I'm trying to say that I have not seen anybody that meet that standard that the Bible is trying to say. Say just like Jesus is the head of the church, or you can say Jesus, or you can say God. So also a man is the head of the household and all of that. But then the reason why you don't want to put that all of those in the same category. This person, if you want to go a religious way, he died for you. He never abuses you. And if the little from a human perspective, and if you see a man or a woman that is always there for their spouse, you will see that doesn't mean they won't have their own issues, but you see that both of them have respect for themselves and they have both interests to protect. And once you have interest to protect for good, you will make sure there is respect and you come to table to talk about issues. And respect to me, it can be given, it can also be earned. Giving is that it's a give and take. It can be earned when you behave well. You automatically earn it.
So can I ask you something, Mr. Janaba? I liked how you explained both the religion part of it and the other aspect of it. So let's take our culture. What is respect to you?
Culture from where I was brought up. One thing, I was brought up in Brunei State in the north, from barrack to barracks, but mainly in the north. Um, uh, as my guy, respect, the way in honest is that uh, you will go towards what they would say in Nigeria or in English to be submissive. That a woman, if you are talking about it from woman to man, let's put it in the context, in the relationship of whether it's a marriage or friend, or people stay together as a friend or have a relationship. I think it's my tradition and where I brought up is not different from what we have been saying. It's just like, I don't know how to put it, but it's just like it's not the way I want to in this civilized world and what we have seen. I don't want to relate it to what is called in the culture.
Okay. I
Yeah.
respect that opinion because you know why I asked that question?
Yes, ma'am.
When you see let me use this platform for an example. When you see men come together, be it politics, social issue, they tend to make it like when you don't agree with something. Let me use myself for example. I say, and for the fact I'm the person say that Dama is the one saying it. How dare Dama talk to me like that? That's the way they perceive it. And I start to ask myself, okay, is it that my tone is out of place, or for the fact that I'm a female, I shouldn't have that opinion? That is where I'm getting confused because I want someone to explain to me why is it that when a woman expresses herself, she's been labeled as, oh, she has no respect. She has an opinion for everything. When a woman is an achiever, oh, you can't tell her what to do. She's in this position, forget it. This one is not going to listen to you. And I start to ask myself, you don't even know me. So how do you get to form those opinions about me? I come on this platform. Thank you to Dr. Rudolph Electricity who brought me in. And I've been on the comment section for a while and I've observed all the panelists that come in here. And one thing I have noticed when women come and start something, I'm looking at me and Tokwe segment for an example. We lack the support of our men. And I start to ask myself, what kind of men are we dealing with? Do you understand where I'm going with Mr. John Abba,
Yes, I'm listening to you, ma'am.
Blackstone, and Show? So that's the question I want us to. Like, why is it
Okay.
that we
Okay.
see our women who have opinion or have something to say about what is going on in our environment, we start
Okay.
looking at them that, oh, she's saying too much. Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
Okay.
I
Can
will
I
have
say
a word
something?
now that
Okay.
you put it in this context. That's why, because I'm trying to be careful, people around the world is listening and all of that. Now, when you, a woman, I don't want to use you as an example for it, but let's say women in general, and the best that I know, I have a very strong woman. So, uh, my wife, if you know me, she's very outspoken. I'm not very outspoken in person. If you meet me on one, I don't look at people's eyes. So, but she is not. And for some reasons, you guys have watched me for the past few years on Dr. Rudolph show. You will not think about that of me. But people think she's more dominant figure, and I learned in life that when you want to get things done, women get it done. When you want to talk about it, men talk about it. And also, we take it to our various upbringing. People are brought up in different way. For instance, I choose to let my children uh, know that in life and in marriages you can have misunderstanding, even though they have not seen me and my wife have any argument in their presence. But we have family talk, and I told them it's okay. The reason why I say that to them is this: it's because I don't want them to get married tomorrow, whether my son or my daughter, and they think that everything is just like that, that they will not be disrespected or they will not have issue, or they can say, And sometimes you don't mean to disrespect somebody, but the person can just say, "Why are you disrespecting me?" So the tone in our society where women feel that when they have a strong opinion or have a say, whether in politics or in the public, that they are being disrespectful, is a cultural thing that even the white people are still struggling with. So it's not just limited to Africa, but then, African things, we are backward in everything. So it make our case worse.
Thank you for saying that.
So it's something that people have to watch, and women have to come to their own defense often. I have seen in Nigeria where women run for office, and even the fellow women have no courage to support her. So if women will continue to rise up in our society, just like we see in every other advanced world, we will have a better result. So women to have a work to work within themselves, because if they have a strong say, even though they do most of their things, even some strong women, they don't have to be in public. We have one of the influence a pastor in Dallas Metropolis. It's called Oak Cliff Church. You can Google it.
Yeah, I know the church you're talking about.
Okay. And his first wife passed away. He just got married not too long ago. But if you look at close to them and know what happened, after the wife died and he got married to the new one, whatever the other wife was doing that kept him, whatever he causes him to resign his position, he tell you that women are very powerful, because that woman was able to, whatever that secret, deal with it for many years. But when she died, he could not hold it than to resign. And for Pastor Irvin to resign from Oak Cliff Church is tell you that the point I'm trying to make is that it's not only because women express their opinion, women are very strong and a strong instrument in our lives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Tope, do you have anything to say?
No,
Okay.
for now, allow
say
Black.
something. Okay. Okay, coming to your question or your what you're trying to bring out. I believe one thing is that there are so many men who still value women, right? Who do not downgrade any woman, no matter the woman position, no matter who she is. They still give that woman that respect. Also, there are men who doesn't have no value for women, and mostly for those women who are not in a position would be of value, or maybe of a position, maybe has money and things like that, And this thing cut across the board. Both women does the same, and also men does the same. Literally, women are very strong people, right? If you have a strong woman, I can bet you are already successful 50-60%, because she's
Thank you,
going
Blackstone, for saying that. Thank you, sir.
Right, you're welcome. So because she's going to support you with all her strength, with all she has, right? I've seen women who sacrifice for their husband. I know a woman was my daddy's student, right? She was in Nigeria. She's the one that sponsored her husband to the US to go and study. That's the one. She was in Nigeria, right? So if men can have that value and realize that women are powerful people, and also if women can also realize that they are also powerful people, I think that no man will be able to downgrade any woman, right? Like what you made reference to, Adama, that men just speak, they don't know who you are, and they don't know anything about you, but they try to downgrade you. to not value you, right? I have most of my friends are females, right? I do advise them that be a woman of independence. Do something for yourself. And once you are succeeding, every man will respect you. Because they believe that you are not coming to depend on them or fully depend on them for you to survive. So every woman will value a man that is successful. Likewise, a man will value every woman that is successful. So we have to understand this, that there are things in our life, there are things that we portray that give us that respect, that value, that thing that there's a thing that we see in you that made it to value you, that made it to respect you, that made it to bow for you, right? We say in Africa, because also there are so many women there who are in control of things in Nigeria. Maybe they're not in the forefront, or you are not hearing, you don't hear about them and things like that. But there are so many powerful women in Nigeria who control things, even in Nigerian politics, in Nigerian business world, corporate and everything. They are there, right? So let every man realize that a woman is a powerful tool made by God to support a woman. To support a man. And no man has a right to downgrade or look down at any woman because of tradition or whatsoever they might believe. But I believe that a woman that knows her value will work hard to keep that value and shine, that every man will know that she is a woman of virtue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blackstone. The only hit back I have about that is I have noticed the more women are accomplished, the more a lot of men feel that they're now wife material. But at the same time, men who are married to them and know who they are, hold on to them. They value women like that. Like when I say women that are accomplished, I'm talking about over 6 figures. Their career are going well for them. They know what they are. They have kids. They're doing well. And like just like you and Mr. John Abba said, I've had the pleasure and the opportunity to have a conversation with Mr. John Aber, and I know his views on some things and his stance on a lot of things, and I quite respect it. And I'm of the opinion that no matter how successful a woman is, you're still going to be under a man. Forget this thing when you see women say, I don't need a man, or I don't, oh, trust me, they need a man. Trust me, they need a man. God did not create us for us to be alone. God created us for us to have companionship, for us to, the older you get, you want someone you want to come back home to enjoy what you've worked hard for. I always tell people, if you start a relationship, your marriage based on, oh, my children this, my children that, trust me, those children are going to grow old. They're going to grow older, start their own future, and leave you. And if you center your life around them and you don't have a relationship with your spouse, you're going to end up missing out, because at the end of the day, they are meant to create their own family. So learn to work out whatever the difference is you have with whoever you're married with, whatever your situation is. Embrace it and know that both of you are dynamic. Like when I say dynamic, you guys are to build combine whatever you have with each other. You're building each other up. Like I believe in generation war. There's so many things I believe in, but this show is not about me. But sure, I'm going to ask you a question, and the question we're going to go to is the split system. And Mr. Jonaba, I want you to listen to this. I'm confused. What is this thing called 50-50? Because I'm not quite clear. What is 50-50? I've been hearing this 50-50. So sure, over to you. What is 50-50? The split system. Thank you.
Okay. Well, The term 50-50, I'm not sure if it's a new thing, but I believe it's a system where, couples find themselves in the Western world, both have a day job, so there's no one being a full-time dad or full-time mom. Both go to office, work, whatever, make money, and let's say your bill for the month is £4,000. That's what it takes to service your home, mortgage, car, children, food, whatever, grocery. Say it's £4,000. Imagine, if that was a typical Nigerian family, the guy will probably be dropping 3,000 and upwards. It could be dropping the whole thing, But in the West, you have a lot of families where it's a case of the wife is dropping 2K, the guy is dropping 2K. If they don't have a joint account, even if they have a joint account, so it's like split down the middle. In some cases, the guy might be dropping 55, 60, 40, but it's still, the term 50-50 does not necessarily mean we're paying 4K every month and you drop 2K, I drop 2K. But it's just a way of saying it's a joint effort. You drop some, I drop some. That's the term, split system. I mean, I'm hearing split system for the first time. I've had 50-50 for so many years. So I think it's probably something that you would hear a lot in the African community, because we talk about it so much because it's not something we're used to from where we came from. So we had to find a name for it. I'm sure if you speak to your Caucasian friends or your friends who grew up in the, born here, raised there, they probably won't talk about it because they see it as the way of life anyway. Everybody contributes. So 50-50 is just when you put down 40%, your husband drops 60%, or it could be the wife dropping 60% if she makes more and the guy is dropping 40%. So I think that's where the term 50-50 comes from. And it's what's affecting a lot of relationships because the guy
Yes. Sure, because do you know why I asked this question? You hear people say, oh, finance doesn't matter. And for me, finance matters because that's where we start everything. I want to know how much you're coming in. If you owe student loan, if you own credit card, your car payment. This is just me.
Child support.
I have a daughter who is in college going to medical school. So for me, it matters. I need to know those things because at the end of the day, what is left out of that payment? So why I ask this question is this. Our men, we have a culture back home. The man is responsible for 100% of everything that goes on back home. Am I right, Sho?
In most cases, yes.
Okay. So we come here in the diaspora, we say is a 50, like 50%. I do 50, you do 50. So my question is, are you saying you do 50? Then I hear most men say, but the women sometimes don't want their income touched. Like, don't touch my income. You are the man. You're the one. You're supposed to take care of the mortgage, this, that. So please, where is that 50-50? If he's paying the mortgage, which is the bulk of the bill, if you live in a $900,000 home, I'm just making an example, and you have a mortgage of $4,000, your bills, whatever. So where does the 50-50, that's my confusion. Like, where does that 50-50 come in? Does it mean they have a joint account where both income goes in? Or does it mean that the woman has where her own income goes in? I just don't understand it because I've never been in a situation where that 50-50 exists. So please, maybe Mr.
Can I give you an example?
Yes.
Sorry, let me give you an example, right? Okay, I will tell you something about the tax system in Germany. I think in the US, you have a progressive tax system, also in the UK. But in Germany, it's not like that. This word split system just make me think back to the tax system, your income tax system in Germany. For example, we have class 1 to class 6, right? So class 1, as you are single, right? Class 2 is for single parents. Then class 3 is for couples, they share it. If you have class 3, either the man has class 3, the woman will have class 5, right? Then we have class 4, which also for married couples, it'll be 4 and 4, right? So then class 6 is if you are doing a second job. So how do they do it, right? If, for example, I receive higher than my wife, right? We sit down together to decide what tax class we are going to have. If I'm going to have class 3, then she has class 5. Indirectly, she's paying more tax to the government than I'm paying. Okay? So class 5, they pay more income tax than class 3. Then, if it is 4-4, then we are paying the same income tax. So what family does here is that if I'm having class 3, then I have to be able to take more of the responsibility at home. If maybe you have a mortgage, probably will be paying the mortgage, and the woman maybe be contribute, maybe taking care of the maintenance, the other little things at home and things like that, right? So that's how it goes here in Germany, right? With the tax class system. They already split it in between everybody, couples, married couples, and singles, and people who are also single mother. If you're a single mother, you hardly pay any tax if you are using tax class 2. So in that case, so what do you expect the people to do, the married couple? I think if I'm taking more home from my income and my wife is taking less, that means that I have to take more of the responsibility at home than the woman. That means that we have 3 and 5, right? So if you have 4-4, that means that depending on the individual, probably we have to share everything 50-50, right? Also depending on the income. If I receive more, I also take more income home than the woman who received less, right? So that comes now bringing the discussion of how do we split the responsibility at home, right? So I think that normally, if you're having a progressive tax whereby everybody have a percentage, same percentage of tax deduction, no matter how much you receive. So I don't see any reason why a man will say, let's share or let's split our income. For me, I will not do it, definitely, because I believe it is my responsibility to take care of the home, right? And also a wise woman will also contribute in her own way. I don't need to ask my wife, what is your salary? How much do you receive, right? If probably she received more than I do receive, she has to use her own wisdom, all right, to say, this is how to contribute to the family, right? It doesn't have to be a thing that we have to sit down and discuss, or we have to reach an agreement, have to have a joint account. It's a 50-50, right? We know how much we are receiving. Both of us should know how much we are receiving. And also we have to say, okay, this is what this is my responsibility as a man. I don't need to tell the woman that I have to pay the rent, or I have to pay the mortgage, or I have to service the car. It should be a responsibility of a man. That's how we are brought up in Africa. That's how we grew up, right? So if we should not come to abroad, to diaspora, and begin to pick what we are learning from them, right? Like in Germany, right? You can see husband and wife, they go out to go for a dinner. The man will pay for his son, the woman will pay for his son. They go home, their husband and wife, they still go to the same home. That is their culture. That's how they are brought up. But we have to go to say that when in Africa, we invite a woman out, it's your responsibility to take care of everything, to pay everything. So when must we now come to leave Nigeria, come to developed countries, be in diaspora, and begin to bring laws that we are not used to, right? So there should be a better understanding. Should be able to think out things, and the man should be more responsible in taking care of the family than the woman, right? And a wise woman, a responsible woman, should also care, do her own part, even if the man even has more than enough. because your contribution to the house will also hand you respect, right? You don't need to fight over money. And I think most of the things why we fight over money is that we want to have mansions in Nigeria, want to have this, want to send money to our family. We are still carrying the excess luggage of our family relations with us. At the end of the day, the money we are supposed to spend or to use within the immediate family, we are not sharing it with other people who are not with us. And that also results to these differences in come to issue of finance in the family. Definitely, I know women are more caring for their parents, for their family and everything back home and everything, for their mothers as well as well, more than the men. They came up for that. So when the woman is not having that what she need to send, or maybe before she got married, she used to do more for the family back home. Now she's married. Also, pressure comes from back home. And you were doing this for us before. We are no more doing it. Is it because you are married? Is this your husband? So on and so forth. So there are many things that result to this issue of split income, the split system that is happening. So we have to, and then that's also result to a lot of misunderstanding, quarrel, and things in the long run within the family. But I believe that a man should be able to care at least 60%, 70% for the immediate family. And the woman should use her wisdom to contribute to the finances that within the home, that the man should not carry 100% this burden. That's my take on it.
Thank you so much, the Blackstone. I want to first, before bringing in Mazi, thank you so much for joining. I wanted to just briefly talk about what Adama talked about on the split system. So in my own opinion, the split system, Adama, doesn't necessarily have to be 50-50. I sincerely just believe that in a split system, within couples, you share responsibilities, not necessarily equally, depending on how financially capable each partner is and based on the schedule of each person's job. So you won't expect a woman who is working 12 hours shift to come home and still, do all the cooking, the chores, and all that. And she has a husband who's just doing like an 8 hours shift, to do less. I basically just believe that if you earn more, you should drop more and not hide your money. We have men, to be candid, we have men who try to hide their money. It's not just women that don't want to touch their money. Men also want to hide their money. That's the fact. Mazi, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Your take on respect.
Good evening, Talkman, and good evening, Adama. Good evening, House. Mr. Pastor John Abba, Mr. Blackstone, and Shosho. Actually, I know I joined a couple of times, but my network, where I was on top of the hill at that time, so thank God I got to where I was going to. When it comes to first, from what I understand, how we told the line of show, men, because first I would say, I'm a man who grew up knowing my parents. I never saw them, kind of like quarrel. It's not that they don't quarrel, probably they did, whichever way. The only way we notice is probably when you start hearing, go and meet your dad, go and meet your dad. When you ask for something, mom says, oh, go meet dad. Then something is going on, but they will not tell us what it is. And later on, it's all, they sort it out between themselves. How they do it, only God knows. Probably at midnight under the sheets, it's up to them. That's their business. But thank God, they're in a better place today. So probably they're together there. Only God knows. Another thing that actually helped me was being also around women. When I mean women, I mean my elder sister. Seeing how she acted, how she kind of like lived her life, and with her husband and all that stuff. It kind of like gave me an insight of what could be a way of raising my, living my own life, you know. And I want to use this opportunity. It's not. I'm just gonna say it. It's not to brag. It's not anything. I just want to give a shout out to my wife. I happened to marry a classmate who we never dated while in school, but then, as God will have it, fate brought us together, and today we are together and we keep moving. So if you ask me, I'll tell you I've known my wife forever and all that kind of a thing. Coming to the sharing thing or whatever it is, the first thing I did when my wife came over was we talked about, she knew how much I was earning, even before she got to America. And when she came, we opened a joint account. All my accounts are linked with my wife. She knows what goes in, she knows what goes out. The same way, I know what she earns, what she puts in, and what whatever it is. Um, I kind of talk about it this way. You know, I'm not trying to equate a human being to a rat or a cat, but I don't know if anybody have actually noticed when you give a fish to a cat, there is a high probability and possibility that the cat will not just eat the fish like that. As a matter of fact, the cat will protect that fish. You know. So in essence, what does it mean? When we discussed the fact that my wife became the financial director of the house. You know, my own thing is once the check goes in, it goes in. She's even the one that tells me, "Oh, your check came in," or "Your check didn't come in," or whatever it is. She knows all that, and it's been so helpful. I'm not gonna say let everybody be the same. No, no, we all are different people. But what I would say is this: if you're a man and you love yourself, then you'll be able to give love to another person. But when you don't love yourself, how can you give what you don't have? If you don't love yourself, there's no way you will love the woman in the house or the woman you are living with. You know? Um, and I always say this: I love my wife to death. When Janaba says, "Oh, you cannot equate the love Jesus had for the church, to marital whatever it is," I disagree with him. I can sacrifice my life for my wife. That's how much I love her. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not perfect too. If I see behind, the big one, I go look, but God go forgive me. Anyhow. The only thing I won't do is to approach the person or do now. I won't, but look, I go look. That one na my eye. Let me get them. So that's just the whole the thing about it. And at the same time, Blackstone, when you talk about taxes, Yeah, the taxes here is either single. The important thing is how are you paying your taxes? Are you paying your taxes as a single, or are you paying your taxes as a married person? And it all boils down to at the end of the year when you start when the taxes are paid. If you paid as single and you now file as married, you get more money. It means that they took a lot of money from your paycheck, and then when you are filing jointly, you guys will make a lot of money from that. They'll give back a lot of money, and then you know. So in a nutshell, that's just what I can say for now. And women are strong, women are lovely. Whoever that tells you that the women are this, that, then that person is deceiving themselves. And when it comes to respect, all these things they talk about respect. Respect is earned. When you respect your wife will respect you. But when you don't respect your wife, how do you expect her to respect you? You
Thank
know,
you.
and and when we talk about that respect, in what essence is it the way she's communicating with you? Then if she's communicating with you, probably there's something wrong. Either you are not doing well in the other room. You try to improve yourself. You listen, eh? You improve yourself in the other room, eh? Or you are akagom, the what do you call it? The stingy type. Check yourself. You can be the only one that can assess yourself and know what it is that you're doing. Your wife is not, your wife doesn't like. Try to make amends, because at the end of the day, the way you treat your wife when you guys are young, it will be the way you receive care when you are old. That's what somebody have always told me, and an elderly man, and I believe him. Because when you guys are old, at that time, if you were not treating her well, especially when it is that you are way, way, way older than her, when it gets to that time when you are flapped, sorry, sorry, if it's a sorry to Kuba, I don't know what to say. Whatever she does, it is what she does, another. And be open, be the one, at least have conversations with your wife, talk. There is nothing wrong in talking, in communication. Whatever it is, you guys can iron it out. Take that ego. I'm a man. Whatever I do, you command. You are not a commando. If you're a commando, go and join the military, and you can as well ask to be sent to Sambisa, to go and fight the Boko Haram. Then I will know that you're a human being, or you're a man that you claim to be. Other than that, if you want, you're the type that bangs on your wife or shouts on your wife or touches your wife, then you're a coward. You're not man enough. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you so much for um, being a wonderful husband. Yes, I agree. No one is perfect, but with your submission, you're doing a lot. Thank you so much. And I envy your wife. She's very blessed and lucky to have a wonderful man like you. Thank you. John Abba,
Yes, ma'am.
anything to add?
Mazi, you are looking for trouble that you will not solve. Jesus to the look behind.
And
When I
Mazi,
say
please,
you are,
before you speak, Uncle Janaba, before you speak, can I say this? I just want to give a shout out to Mazi's Prince wife. Thank you for loving him unconditionally. And this is what I say true love does is this. If you've experienced it, you know what it is. And I always tell people go for what works for you and your home. Don't listen to people will come online and they'll be making all those things that don't exist. At the end of the day, if you are, excuse my language, if you're a sucker for love, be a sucker for love. You know what you have, cherish it, hold on to it, and the sky is your limit. So I just want to say a shout out to her. Thank you so much for sharing your personal experience. We do appreciate it. Over to you, Mr. Jonava.
Ask him that since you know how to look for trouble, you're not going to stay on this leg. Jesus too, they look behind and see how big it is. When I say that the love of God is different in all way, and after you finish it, you say they look behind and all that. You must be free, stay on your lane. Oh, you are looking for trouble, and anybody supposed to love you.
Yeah, Jonathan, it's good to tell the truth now. Now God creator now.
That is why Jesus don't pass you then now.
And
Telling
I
you
know,
all
I
is not
agree.
equal.
I
Then
agree.
this, you see, you
I
agree.
agree. That's why I ask for forgiveness all the every
And
day I
anybody
pray.
can love you, a loving person. Anybody can love you because you are a special child. Everybody will love you. You are
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I really
you are a good
appreciate.
Democrat in California. All right. When I think I'll talk about the what you guys call split of 50-50. I think I spoke about the respect aspect, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I think all depends on the family. Uh, to whom much is given, much is expected. If your wife has to work more for some reasons, bring more to the table. I gave a instance in one of the show. I don't know whether it was on this platform or via on a politics platform. Uh, for years, my wife focused on school, and I have to take care of everything. And when she graduated and get a job, uh, I was surprised when he organized something, brought all my friends and family. And it's just what it is. But then I don't, I have, we have joint account using my own self. We have separate account. I can't have uh, joint account that my wife will know all the way, and she understand that because we make deals. When I do some certain things, say it's for your ego, I say yes. And what do you want me to do to compensate it? If she says you want land, we are in Texas, then we make a deal and then we go for it. The reason be because that's my nature. I give her so much in my life. So she would literally take it that way. So and it's okay. We make a deal, we're beautiful, we get together. Well, she hear me what I'm saying now. She understand. So and I don't and every home I run differently. People respect. I don't hide it. I can give her my life already. She knows that. But it's just also is part of my protection for her. People always say, tell me the truth, tell me the truth. How much truth can you handle? There are certain things you know today you can take it, but you still ask for truth. And not that this partner or this individual is trying to lie to you. It's just the way it is in my own personal life. And she understands that. And I never doubt her for anything. She managed all the finances and everything. I don't have a problem with it. But then when it comes to that, there are things that I give out. She already told me that she don't want to be poor and she feared poverty than death. So literally, sometimes I pretend like I have some money, leave money in my trouser so that when she's washing it, she can get maybe $100. If not, she'll think I'm broke like a hell, like I've sold myself outside already. So the kind of person that she like that kind of a thing. So I can hurt her thinking that that is being transparent, but she understands it completely and she can access the account. It's just because I don't that is the way I live my life. I run business. My business is a lot of risk and all that. So but that is it about that. But when it comes in general, I think the more you do, the better it goes for you. I think like show. and Mazi priest. They'll have a lot of relationship in bedroom than some of us because they are good in what they do, and women love that. And I think we all compensate in one way or the other. I think they can even go to Wonderland with their head more than people like me because they do all the good stuff. They out of 10 maybe they are 9 or 10/10. So every home are different. I'm just kidding. You understand? I do my own thing. Every home is different, and the most important thing, don't hide anything from your spouse because I get in trouble with that, right? And because of the way my wife her mindset, I already know, and I know I have a time, but she already sensed it before I could approach her because I was doing something with her. Is she understand? But I've told her for years, I want to do this, I want to do this. She don't want to compromise, and I started it without telling her. But of course, uh, I have planned to tell her, but then when she know before I told her anything in the house that she does or she don't worry when the kids are to do this, she say, go to your father. Then I know that something is not, this woman is already sensing something. Then before it gets out of hand, I call her, I say, this is unusual. You always even protect me from the kids and all of that. Why are you telling go to your father, go to your father, go to your father? Well, okay, this is the deal. I did this thing. Then she said to me, when you're hiding anything, you're wasting your time. We have lived together, I know you very well, and I know you are hiding something, and this is the only way I want to. So, so don't hide anything. I'm just using that as advice to men and women. But I mean, sometimes people do it for a reason, but there's no good reason enough. Um, to hide anything for your spouse. Just be honest and find a way to make a deal. Find a way to communicate right. You guys should have a decent communication. Give them. My wife is the person that if you convince her, she don't have a problem. But if you can't make your case intelligently with proof, she will have a problem with it. So I think every women that are out there, they are like that. Most women and men hide money too, and women also do. I don't think some women once they love you, they even if they do it for the best interest of the home. Depends on how they study their spouse. So that's where I can stay for now. But the 50-50 of the new generation is what it is for them. But I think everybody home is different, the structure, the upbringing, and all that baggages that we brought to marriage. Some come with debt, some come with other issue from the family. So all of those things, for you to avoid all that, I think you should communicate it before even getting into marriage. This is what I hope for school loan. You cannot be a medical doctor and you went to school and pile up all that, especially those that went to school here, and you can come with that baggage and you don't discuss it with your spouse. And then your spouse, if you have any other family problem back home, because some people left home with a lot of expectation that they have to fight, work so hard here to meet up. I'll tell the young family, calm down, calm down. Those problems were there before you were born. They will always be there. Don't destroy your own because of that. You should reach out and help as much as you can, but then you plan your life, and you, especially those that life are in America, there are many people who their children, everybody is here. You cannot compare to somebody that their husband or their wife is back home or they have some immigration issue here and there. I've seen a family that they live here, one get deported, and all of those things. So every family structure is different, but in anything, let people communicate. Let people communicate. They will have the best once they are open and they share their common goal with each other. Because you can be married and have a different goal, different ambition, different in so many ways. But through communication, you guys can work things out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jonaber. Is there anybody that wants to contribute? Because I want to shift the table. I'm about to shake the table before I shift it.
Blackstone.
Okay. Actually, like Janaba said, every home is different and everybody is different. So I believe that you have to be able to run your home according to the understanding between you and your spouse. That's very important. It's not what people are saying or what you are hearing, the advice from anywhere. The success of a home depends on both the parties that are involved. And they should be able to understand that the both parties come from different home upbringing, right? There could be love. You can have love and not have characters. That's also a problem. You can love your wife, you can be a very loving man or a loving husband, but when you lack some characters, it also brings in problem. So that's, as we have said, communication is very, very, very important. When you discuss the issues that is there, because I might be doing something wrong, I might be having a plan or a thought that might be different from my spouse, but definitely we can talk about it. When we discuss about it, when we talk about it, when we communicate it out, we can find a point of agreement. And that's very, very important, right? I do not believe, and I should not believe, or I should advise anybody that money should not be a major reason why there should be an issue where the spouse, people should go on their separate ways, right? If you are able to discuss about the finances, you can be able to reach out, it can be to come to a point whereby, okay, this is what I can do, this is what you can do. And that should not be an issue. That should not be an issue, no matter what you bring home, or no matter what happens. There are other things that actually that make a family work. Like Tokma was saying, if a woman is working 12 hours, will she come home, then begin to make food, prepare things for the man to eat? For me, that man is not a responsible man, because if your wife work longer than you do, you should be able to prepare or put some things on the table before your wife comes home. She will definitely appreciate it. So there are some little things that are very important, and these little things is what we don't talk about in relationship or in marriage. There are some very, very, sometimes we call it things that are unimportant, the small things that we don't take into consideration. We just overlook it. To some people are very important. To some women is very important. To some men is very important. Those little things, we have to be able to address it and see how it will help. There are some women that want to hear every day, I love you, from their man. Every day they want to hear it. And if they are not hearing, they feel that, oh, the man doesn't love them anymore. Same thing with a man. So there are little things. We have to try to find it out, to try to see what it is. Then we can be able to put them into work in our lives, in the relationship, whereby that home will be a sweet place, right? So every home differs, every woman differs, every man differs. We have to look into our differences and let our differences unite us and not to separate us.
Thank you
That's
so
my
much.
take.
Thank you so much, the Blackstone. I really appreciate what you said. Every home differs. Do what worked for you and your home. At the end of the day, the peace of mind you get to experience, no matter who you're listening to or trying to be like, when everything is said and done, you go back to your private home. So that's what I believe. So let's try to do what worked for you and not what works for everybody. So I'm going to shift
Let me
this.
just say one thing. I tell people, I said, if you want to know a happy home, just go and spend 1 week, 2 weeks in that home with the family. you will see what actually takes place, not what we show outside, what we tell you, what we show, what we display outside, right? Go and visit the family, spend some few weeks with them. You will know if they are truly happily married or not.
You're going to leave your house to go and spend 2 weeks in somebody else to know what is going on.
No, don't misbehave. They're your friends.
Jonaba.
You know this job. You know,
I'm not come and visit you. I come and stay in the hotel, not to know what is happening.
The Blackstone, 2 weeks is enough. All I need with them is a day. A day,
Okay.
I'll figure everything out. I'll just, I'm someone that's good at. So I don't need to spend 2 weeks with you. I just need 24 hours. That's it. That's enough for me. So I want to shift this table. I want to take advantage of the men we have, men who have open mind and have opinions. So this is a different segment. We're going to have a topic on this, and we are going to. I just want to get your inputs. Now, this is a question. I know Jonaba has had this because it's something that is dear to me. And I'm speaking from someone who grew up here and everything. Now, I'm going to start with Sho. Sho, have you had this thing, if I die today, take my body back home and bury me back home? And I asked the question, are you requesting to be buried back home, that you have the finance, or you're requested to be buried back home because that's yes, I understand we're all born in Nigeria, but if you want to be buried back home and you don't have the finance, who are you expecting to take you back home? Sure, over to you. Thank you. Sure, are you there?
In the other room.
Okay, let me go to Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince, did you hear the question I asked you? I said, you know how people die here and they say, oh, I want to be taken back home to Nigeria, and they don't have the finance for it. And my question is, who do you expect to take you back home to be buried?
Mazi, before you say something, Adam, I wanted to say that's also respecting the wishes. Respect.
But I believe in respecting the wishes. At the same time, you have to plan things ahead of time. It's called having your household together. If you want to wish for something, it's just like me saying that now, I want to drive a Lamborghini, and I know all I can afford is a Mercedes. We need to quit expecting things or having these things like about, how do I put it, like we're trying to create things that don't exist. I believe my dad said, meaning that if you are expecting something, you should have the fund for it. Who are you expecting to fund the thing? A lot of our people do not believe on life insurance. A lot of people who do not, they believe on Igbo, all this association that exists, which I have no problem with it. I belong to a few. But the question I'm asking is, in order for you to have your finances together, if you die here as in United States and you do not have the finances, who do you expect to take your body home?
Just give me 2 minutes and I will get back to you on that. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. While I'm waiting on Mazi Priest, Jonaba, can you take over? Uncle Jonaba, can you take over? Thank you, sir.
Jonaba, you there? You're on mute.
In the inner room.
Okay, Blackstone, while we're waiting on them.
Okay.
No, I'm not in the other room. It's too early.
Okay.
Okay, Uncle Jonaba, go ahead. I want to hear your view because you're a pastor, so I want to hear your inputs.
Too early to be in the other room. The children are awake. I'm not sure. All right. I know, like we said again, it goes back to individual, but now your question is crafted in the way that is interesting. Not that the will of the person, you are not willing to honor it, but then you are saying that you do not make a proper arrangement for that will to be honored in terms of finance. And that is the problem. And sometimes people say that it's the same amount that you're going to spend to bury someone here, is the same amount to send the person home. And that's not completely true. It depends on the locations. Like for instance, if your body arrives in Lagos and you are not in the West Zone, they have to transport it and all of that to the Middle Belt, some part of the East, and all of the even North. So I think to avoid uh, this problem in our community, people should make a proper arrangement before they die. It's not only okay for you to put it in your will, but then people also consider the other side of it is that they want to go to their father's or their husband grave, graveside to pray, to drop flowers, to do so many things. Um, Also differ. Some people, the way we are, you visit your village from here than the people that live even within Nigeria. One, depends on your commitment to your community, or you have parents there that you go and visit often, or something take you there that is unique to you. So everybody case again is different. But your own terms of your body, and if you're the way you structure and bring up your children, the value you bestow upon them, if you do the same thing and take them back home. I have a very influential family here in Louisville, Texas, and he spent most of his life in Europe before he got here, and he passed away here. And he has 3 children. He put it in his wish to be taken home. The 2 sons, they are well to do, including the daughter. The daughter is a medical doctor. So, but then they do not even go. The mom went with the body. They want their father buried here. And the people back home was telling them, if you don't bring your father home, and this and that, the tradition and all of that, though the guys still want his body home and they can afford it. So they took the body home. And what do we say in this case? This family, I love their father, but for some reason they don't feel safe. The insecurity in Nigeria do not allow them to even go with the body. So there are many factors. It's not one thing. Even when you have the money to take the body home, is it going to be as the insecurity get day by day? There are many of us that would love to be in that shoe of taking our body home, but time will tell. It may not even be the issue of money. For issue of money, if you don't have it and you die, if you marry to somebody like my wife, he will give ultimatum to the family, bring so money to bring your son to you. If not, goodbye. That is the way she would do it. But every family is different.
Thank you, Mr. Jonaba. Kandu, welcome to the show. I don't know if you've been watching, but we started another question. Do you want me to start with that question?
Yeah. Okay. He can go ahead.
Mazi, go ahead. Mazi, go ahead. You were supposed to have done earlier. Oh, I mean, it's up to
All
you.
right, good evening. Okay. As for me, when it comes to that question, I've discussed. You said discussion I've had with my wife. I've also had it with my family. I mean, my sisters and my brothers. There is a kind of like it's not a must. However, we kind of have some tradition in my immediate family. Being the fact that my wish is to be buried close to my dad, my brothers, that passed. Um, I know I might not know what is going on, when I'm gone, but however, I believe that my spirit will be hovering around. I've also said if I'm not taken home, the people that will bury me here that day, I'll overturn the the whatever, the ambulance or whatever it is, I'll turn it up and create havoc that day. But it's all, it's all talks. I wish to be taken home, and seriously, we plan towards it. We have insurance, and we put in, I'm making sure that there's some money being set aside, in as much as you wouldn't plan your own funeral. However, if it happens, my wish is to be taken home. Yes, because even if you read the Bible, you see that even when Abraham died, did they bury him where he was? They had to take him back to his village to bury him. And for me, I want my children, because if they bury me here, that means I'm telling my children never to go to my village. I want my children to be able to go to my village. Yes, let them come. If they want to see me, come over there and see daddy. And we can communicate through the dreams and whichever way that is possible. If it's possible, we'll communicate another. But my wish is to be taken home, and I sincerely wish for that.
Oh, but you failed to answer the question. I know you, for someone like you said, who has the plan, you have the your plan finance. How about for those who don't have the finance? Who do they expect to take them home?
Well, most people in the diaspora, it's always encouraging to belong some kind of association. I'm not saying you must be, you must be with people, but if you belong to some kind of association, I don't think that should be a hard thing to be done. At least just as I've been involved in raising some fund to have some guy, taken home, and we did that. Even somebody's father, we did that for him. Committee of friends, we donated, and the guy's father was taken back and buried successfully. That's the power of dollars.
So, do you think it's appropriate for the wife to ask the husband's family for money to bring their son back home?
If she doesn't have it, she can ask. I don't see a sin in it. As a matter of fact, she should be able to relay the message to them, as in, this is what your brother said, though, and then let them also, bring their own option. You understand? Let them bring their own option. Whatever option that they bring, if they feel that their brother should come back, then that's fine. They should bring the money. What do they expect the woman to do? Do they expect the woman to go and do a low show to bring their brother? No, if the money is not there, it's not there. So yeah,
you had a situation where they said, "Oh, he's the first son. He shouldn't be buried in the outside."
And then they should bring money. They should bring money. Yeah, he's a first son. Yeah, if he didn't keep money, if he didn't there, he didn't there. Yes. Period. If he didn't there, he didn't there. Yeah. And he doesn't belong to any association. He wasn't doing anything for other people. Yeah, then they'll look for little money and bury him here. But though, when you compare the amount spent to be buried here and taken home,
the body back home,
it's cheaper. It's cheaper. Taking back. Yes. Because
my opinion from the science point,
the
body doesn't know where you're buried. This is just a disclosure. When you're dead, you don't know where you're buried.
You don't, but forget the spirit hovers around, though.
In particular, and I say this to say this: if we start realizing that we human, when you die, for me, what matters is my relationship with God. What is my relation? Where I'm buried shouldn't matter to me, because wherever my kids are, I don't see my kids going to Nigeria and looking for mommy or looking for daddy to put. I'm just being realistic, because Mazi Prince, this thing in Igbo culture we call omenala, and we say the elders. I don't see my kid. I'm just being realistic, and I'm someone that came from a family that my father always say, do what makes you comfortable. If your kids are okay with it, I don't have an input. If you're happy with it, that is what I'll support. So the
That's
point,
true.
yeah. So
That's
the
true.
point I'm making is we put this thing about, oh, bury me here. Then I see the Muslim people, like when like you see people that went to hijab, you see what is going on and where Mecca is, giving them
Mhm.
hot water. How many people that died? They
Yeah.
bury immediately. So what do you say to people? Do you understand what I'm saying? Why
Yeah.
do we put so much emphasis, or we try to make a big deal of, I want to be buried back home? I understand that's your wish and everything, but I'm of the belief, put your money where your mouth is. If you want this thing, plan for
Keep
it.
the money. Yes. You're totally right. You're totally right. I agree with that.
Yeah. So,
I
Mr.
agree with that.
Kandu, welcome to the show. You heard what we're talking about. I'd like to hear your an opinion on that.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, I've actually not been on the program. I've been doing housework all day. So I literally just finished doing laundry and all that stuff.
Mr.
Anyway,
Kandu, are you trying to tell us that your total package, you do laundry, you do cooking, you do
I
all that
don't.
stuff?
It's a single man.
I know how to cook, but I don't have to cook. But I mean, no, it's just natural. It's just second nature. Sweep the kitchen. If something is dirty, take the thing, sweep it. I mean, how long does it take?
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir, for saying that.
No, I mean, this is just how it is. This is how I grew up in my father's house. You can't see dirty stuff on the floor and pass it. Who is supposed to come and pick it up? I mean, I don't even know how that works. Anyway,
Thank you, sir. Go
um,
ahead.
I heard about this issue of people being buried
No,
back home.
the first topic can do was on respect.
If I can, please, can you indulge me? Because let me give my last comment because I want to log off.
Can you please yield?
Yeah,
Please.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Blackstone.
Yeah, about this last topic we are talking about, about either burying somebody where in diaspora or taking the body home. Unfortunately, I and a friend were just talking about it yesterday, right? And because I lost my auntie died over there in the US till last month, right? And the children are planning to take a body home for burial. So the truth, what I look at, first of all, if you have the money to do that, you can do it. Like Adama said, if you don't have the money, what will you do? For me, wherever a person is buried, doesn't matter to me because everybody still goes down 6 feet, right? So if you are going to spend about $20K, $25K to transport a dead body home, did that person actually have the opportunity to enjoy or have the opportunity to enjoy that amount of money? Probably most of us that bring our elders, our mommy or daddy to come and visit us, and probably along the line, they passed away and things like that. So that there's a different ball game because they can take that person home or things like that. Not a person that is resident, he has a right to be buried in that place where he's resident. Then we are talking of taking the body home. I don't see any relevance to it. So that also depends on the family or things like that. Because if you bury the person probably where the person is resident, you have the chance to go and maintain the grave, take up the grave, put flowers. Once you bury that person in Nigeria, we're going to do the maintenance. After the burial, maybe you just build a place for where he or she is buried and everything. You fly away. Maybe you are not going to be there for the next 5 or 6 or for next 2, 3, 4 years. So for me, I think that if you have the money, okay, fine. You can take the body home, the body anywhere to go and bury the person. And even if you have the money, you can also bury the person where the person died, and also then have the opportunity to pay respect to that person regularly by going to the grave and drop flowers and things like that, right? And just like Adama said, a dead person is a dead person.
Yes.
It is where you are going to that matters. Where you are buried has no bearing, has no matters. Only that we live in a world today, Western world, whereby they respect the dead, right? There are some countries whereby they respect the dead even more than the living. You know, so at the end, I believe that should be a personal. It could be a wish, but if it's a wish, want that wish, then put the funds down for them to take your body home, right? And if you don't do that, then the children, they have the resources, let them do it. It doesn't make any difference, because I believe that, like I said before, wherever you are buried, you are still going down the 6 feet. You are not going to go below or higher, right? And spending that money and things like that also depends on individuals. When my mommy visited my sister in the US, she was sick. I told them, please, just try send her back home, because if she died over there, I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to spend that sort of money to transport a dead body back to Nigeria, right? Why don't she just enjoy that money in Nigeria and before she dies? So that's just my take on that.
Thank you so much.
So I want to wish everybody a good day over there. Yeah, it's already morning. So I hope to see you next time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of the discussion.
Thank you, Blackstone.
All right, Blackstone, I'll be looking forward to bring you. I'm going to work on bringing you a lady. I think she needs some love.
Okay.
He already has love. He already has so much love from here. Okay.
Yeah, so much
love.
Yeah,
you can also, can you be like Mazi, just sing from I until you die?
Mazi was a special case, man.
Mr. Blackstone, thank you so much for always supporting us. I really appreciate it. And I just want to emphasize on this. And I know Mr. Rudolph is listening. And I just, before you leave the Blackstone, I want you to hear this.
Yep.
For those of our listeners listening, if you know you love Mr. Rudolph, his ideas is inclusive. He wants women, a platform where women can be themselves, add their opinion. It doesn't matter. Everything is not about politics. Like Sho said 2 weeks ago, whether you come here every weekend and say have your say 24/7, your opinion or whatever doesn't change. Nigeria, whatever the leaders decide is going to happen, is going to happen. And I just want to say this. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for giving Tope and I the platform to be ourselves. And I've seen men who I didn't expect, like they show up every week to support Tope and I. People are throwing tantrums that don't make sense. At the end of the day, we try to make it about the platform. What I want to say at the end of the day is, the space is big enough for every one of us. You have a daughter, you have a wife. At the end of the day, you want them to have a voice, whether you like what they say or not. You want your children to be able to express how they feel, whether you agree with their opinion, but you want someone to listen to what they have to say. Whether you like what me and Tope is doing, at the end of the day, I'm going to keep doing this show because I believe in what Tope approached me for. Electricity approached me and said, Ada, you and Tope are the perfect people for this segment, and I'm going to do it. And I just want to say to every man that has come to this segment since Tope and I premiered, I appreciate you. My Saturdays are always busy. With my profession, I'm on call. I have to go to church. I have kids. I have a family. But I made the sacrifice because this is something dear to my heart. So do Tope. Tokwe has a very busy schedule. So for those of you that think this is a joke, we're coming here just to have conversation that makes sense. I want you to think about this. Dr. Rudolph has not been on the platform for quite a while, and he deserved the time out for him and his family. I don't care what he's going through, is none of our business. He has a right to his privacy. But if you really care about Rudolph and you are a panelist, whatever your position you have on his platform, for the fact that you get a notification when you see him on live, regardless of who is holding the segment, all I applaud of you is please subscribe to this channel, like, share, promote it. Someone somewhere will learn from what we're sharing. Politics 24/7. I'm tired of the politics going on here in America. We have an election coming up, November. I can't even fathom what it is. I'm so busy in my own world, and we have a protest or whatever going on August 1st with Nigeria. I can't keep up. By the end of the day, I have issues that affect me, Tokwe, Kandu, John Aber, Mazi Prince, the Blackstone. So when we come here, it's not about women trying to take over the platform or whatever. At the end of the day, this is the statement I want to make. Stop making this personal. This channel is Dr. Damage's platform. If you don't like what is being said on this platform, YouTube is a big hub. It's owned by Google. Go and create your own platform and invite Adama and Tokwe, who will honor you. I have a show that I go every Sunday, and it's called One Man Went to Mow the Doopsy Show. I'm going to be there tomorrow. So for those of you that don't know me, I am somebody that support anything that women are doing, regardless of what your ethnicity, your background,
or platform,
where you're from. I believe in women supporting women. Tokwe, over to you.
Well said, Adama. Need I say more? Well said. Again, as Adama said, I'd like to thank every single man on this platform right now who's been supporting us from the inception of our premiere, and those on the comment section. We really appreciate you. Blackstone, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's early morning in Germany. We appreciate you. Before I hand over to Kandu for his submission, I just wanted to touch on this: where will you want to be buried? Question Adama raised. Personally, I believe if you have a family, a spouse, or children or grandchildren, and you're living abroad, and you're someone like me who, yes, I agree, you all said once a person dies that they really don't know, where they're buried. But if you're that person that really would want or will wish after you're gone, you want your kids, your descendants to always remember you, Father's Day, Mother's Day, birthdays, why will you, and you're living abroad, why will you even think about sending your body home to Nigeria? Mazi Prince, I'm not trying to take away from what you said, but I'm just being realistic right now. I really want my family who live where I'm at in America to share those moments, come to my graveside on birthdays, Mother's Days. Why will I want to go through the stress of sending my body back to Nigeria? That's just me. Yes, it's expensive. It's more expensive to get buried here if you live here in dollars, but you can always make it work. There's something called cremation too. People should start considering that is a cheaper option. It's not an African thing, but it's a cheaper option. And just so you know, for those of you really want to be buried back home, there's still bodies now in cemeteries in Nigeria. I'm just saying they do. And some use it for ritual and funny stories I've heard. So you may want to reconsider that. Kandu, thank you so much for joining us. Just to keep you
All right.
updated.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Blackstone.
Take care. Janaba, my Mazi Praise, I can do. I wish you a good day, good evening, actually.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bye, Adama.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, so Kandu, before you joined in, we started with discussing respect. Is it given, demanded, or is it earned? And we kind of played back to the issue that happened earlier in the week in the Nigerian space with Akpabio and Akpoti. I'm not sure whether you're aware of that. Kandu, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, and I don't even if it came up, I don't listen to such people.
Okay, so I'm just going to give a rundown of that situation so that you have an idea of what we're talking about. Again, it was about respect, and I think sometime during the week, Mr. Akpoti, the female legislator, or I don't know what one of those chambers people in Nigeria, approached the floor, and I think there was noise in the background, and Akpabio made a slight comment, telling her that when you're approaching the floor, not to be loud, and this isn't a nightclub. So he got a backlash from the Nigerian space, online phone calls. His wife was basically attacked. So he came up, I think, a couple of days later to apologize for that. So Adama's earlier first question was, if he was a man, who was the politician, taking that space, will Akpabio have reacted that way? Was it because she was she's actually a lady? So we all briefly talked about respect in regards to it being within couples, and then Adama brought up this issue on where will you want to be buried. So basically, that's what we talked about before you joined in.
Absolutely. I actually did see that video last week. I think it was played here last week, I believe. And the unfortunate thing is that I don't know how many years ago that Mr. Akpabio was the governor in Uyo. I don't know the actual state, but I remember I had seen a YouTube clip about this beautiful work that was being done in Uyo, and I was just so wowed. I was like, whoever this person is, because I don't really follow these people. I don't know who is who, where they govern. I was like, whoever is doing this should be made the minister for transportation and things like that, because the number of work projects that was being done were just so amazing to me. It was later on that I found, somehow I was told that the person's name is Akpabio. I've never heard of him before. I didn't know who he was or whatever he does. But from what he had done at that and then whatever thing that he was the director of, where they had the off the mic episode a few years ago, that man is a non-entity of the first order. Whether he's talking to a man, a child, a woman, it's just a non-entity. I feel sad that if such a person was my father, I would disown him as a father.
Okay, please, can you stay there, Mr. Kandu? Why will you disown him as a father?
Because he does not command respect. I believe that respect is something that you command by the way you conduct yourself. The way you carry yourself is what's going to determine how people respect you. And it's not about sir, saying sir to someone, in my family, they know me. Don't call me sir. I don't need your sir. I'm older than you. Call me what a Egbo or whatever. That's good enough. I don't need sir. All that foolishness. So to me, I mean, whether it's seeing that video of the lady trying to, I think they were talking about a bill, and it was being talked about that they voted it down, and she interjected. Obviously, in the House chambers, there's a way you go about saying something. You take permission, because that's what they do. So, but given even the fact that she did not, for anyone, the man is just foul mouthed. Oh my God, I can't even believe that that's somebody's father. Honestly,
you're starting to sound like Show. Show was like the words he used on the in the house of. I'm like, I don't know him. I had to go watch a couple of his video, and his mouth is not good. I'm sorry.
yeah. I mean, I've seen clips played on this panel and other. I don't go go to any space to listen to whatever they're doing in their chambers, because for me, you see, again, I've said this many times, leadership comes with certain things. The way you conduct yourself. You cannot be a leader and be collecting 140 or 160 million naira car. Leaders don't do stuff like that. That's not what leaders do. I don't care what that car is made of. I don't care if it's made of platinum. You don't do that. There's certain things that you do when you're a leader. You lead. Well, I lead by example. My father leads by example. My mother, when she was alive, led by example. Up till today, my mother has been gone for 16 years. People in our family still, they hold her, even when she's been gone, in high esteem. To the point that in their family, she was the first child out of 19 children. The rest of her siblings, they held her in such high regards that even when they're going to go and marry somebody, they have to go not even to their father. They'll be like, jealous of Odo first. Let's go and get Odo's opinion. So that's the stock that I come from. That's where I operate from. That's how I grew up. That's the environment, the community that I grew up in. So I can't see people, because of what? You're gonna die. Drive that 140 million naira car. I have 22 houses in Maitama, Abuja. I have 2 castles in wherever, in Belgium. To what end? So I don't see these people as leaders, because the way they conduct themselves does not speak leadership. So that's that one. But on the front of burial, it actually happened to us 16 years ago, when one of my sisters was living in Canada, and our mom passed away when she was in Canada. And all the family members, because of, again, her position in the family, she cannot die. What do you mean she cannot die? She's dead.
Oh, they were telling you she cannot die?
Yeah, they were telling us, our children. And our dad was there as well in Canada when that happened. So they were like, no, we're not going to believe she's dead unless we see the body.
What?
Oh, yeah. Because she can't die. It's my mom. Odo, she can't die. She's not allowed to die. So, in any event, the interesting thing was that not one of them sent 1 naira to take the body home. I mean, we did, because she didn't have a will or anything that stated where she would like to be buried and all that. But we took her home and buried her in Nigeria, because we all just agreed as a family, let's just take her home. And it's been 16 years. I've been to Nigeria maybe 6 or 8 times. I've never gone to that cemetery where she's buried because my mother is not there. If I want to have a conversation with my mother, I can do it on a bus, I can do it on a plane, I can do it in my room, I can do it when I'm in my garden. I don't need to
Okay,
go
Mr.
to a
Can you hold on right there? Do you have that belief because you've lived in the diaspora, or you have that mind frame because of how you grew up or how you view someone being dead? Like when you lose a loved one. I just want to make it clear for our viewers who are watching both back home and here in the diaspora. I just want to understand, how did your view come about? Like, you know, you can be in contact with your mom wherever you are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my dad's mother died. What year is it? 41 years ago, and she's actually buried in the family compound in Lagos, right by the gate. Once you come in, look to the right. That's where she's buried. But I don't believe it's because of coming to America. I grew up in a Christian home. I also had a number of Muslim family members, so I understand to a degree even the Muslim side of all of this stuff. Um, but I'm not a sentimental person, you know. I just don't do sentiments. I don't even celebrate my birthday. It's just another day as far as I'm concerned. That's just me. But anyone is entitled to do whatever they pleases them, whatever works for them. But I mean, we've all heard about plane crashes, ML-30 whatever in Malaysia, the one that was blown over Ukraine by Russia. Um, so if your body, if somebody died or died in a plane and the body was never found, what difference does it make? It's
I
just a
don't
body.
know. That's the question I asked.
You know, my family people, they think I'm crazy. I said if when I die, freeze up the body, feed it to lions in the zoo. It's meat. Don't let it go to waste. Feed it to let something or somebody benefit from it. It's just a body. As far as I know, your spirit is gone. I don't know if they have Yoruba heaven, Igbo heaven, Edo heaven, Edo
No,
hell.
no, 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 no. I don't think anything like that have. I think we created those things because of our belief. Because science, I'm coming from the science background. Once you're dead, the body does not know anything that happens. So
Yeah,
this made me say, you
but
bury
Miss
me in
but
Nigeria.
Miss but Miss Adama, at the same time, we don't know whether you go somewhere, you don't go anywhere, if this is the end of it, or you come
But
back.
okay, can I say something? I'm
Sure.
speaking from the science background, the research that have been done. Your body doesn't know. The point I'm trying to make is, I'm not saying we have all this belief. I'm not countering that, and I respect your belief. All I'm saying from the science research and everything that has been done, once you die, that body doesn't know where you're buried.
I think my contention is from the science point because I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I operate. I love to learn. I
Mhm.
learn about everything that I can everywhere. But I don't think there's any definitive thing that says that this is what happens or this is what does not happen. And my contention is we don't know. We don't even know if there's a heaven or no heaven, or there's a hell or no hell. I mean, all
Jonathan
we
is here.
know.
Okay, Jonathan is here. Ask him if there's heaven or no hell.
No, I don't need me. I don't even if the Pope was here, the Pope cannot answer that. It's a belief system.
I
It's a
agree
belief
with you.
system. So just because someone is a chief imam of Mecca or the archdiocese of Kettenbridge doesn't mean anything. It's just an opinion based on a belief system. So I don't go by whatever whoever it's just another individual that has a belief system. From a biblical standpoint, the ascension of Jesus into heaven, and in the interpretation can be done in so many different ways. Whether, I mean, is there a motor park where you park until Jesus comes? I don't know. I have
Okay,
no
okay,
clue.
Mr. Kandu, I'm asking you now. The question is, if your law, if okay, for someone like you who is into finance, that much I know about you. You're someone who plan. That's one thing I like about people who are in finance. They plan they have their finances sometimes in order. I use that word. So for someone who says, I want to be buried in Nigeria, but don't have that finances, how do I go about it? Does the spouse, the wife, have the right to say, oh, Mr. A we don't have this money to bring your son? The last one I know about that happened, this deceased left from Texas. It was close to $25,000. Okay?
Yeah.
So
Oh, sorry.
how do we go about financing things without having planned for it? That's the question.
Absolutely. I think, people, my economic background tells me want is the willingness and ability to afford something. You can wish, but if you don't have the willingness and the ability, it's not a want, it's a wish or hope. So, for those who are young enough in their 20s or even early 30s, I would suggest to people, even aside from this burial issue, I'll get back to it. Even aside from this, there's something called Index Universal Life Policy. It is the best thing since
I
sliced
know
bread.
what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
It is the best thing since sliced bread. Aside from your 401k or your
401k
4,
and all that stuff.
yeah,
Yes.
all that stuff. This
Yes, I
stuff,
know what you're talking about.
yeah, for those who don't know, it gives you a retirement package, which also provides you with a life insurance policy.
Policy,
So,
yep.
yeah. So as an example, if someone is 30 years old, for example, and you start the policy and you're paying $500 a year into it, the beauty of it is this: the insurance policy continues to grow, and the retirement portion of it continues to grow as well. But the
Yep.
beauty is this: if you retire at the age of 65, the entire amount that was contributed over that period, 35 years, so that's about 180, no, 195,000
90,000,
that
yeah.
you've actually contributed. You actually get a check for that entire
Correct.
amount.
Yes.
But the insurance policy portion of it continues to grow. If you live to be 100 years old, I haven't done the numbers in a while, that policy will grow up to about $1.8 million.
Million.
So if you want them to go and bury you in Mars, you will have the money. If you want them to
Okay,
go
so
and bury
can you stay right there? Can you stay right
oh,
there? When we have parents come here from diaspora, coming from Nigeria to bring them, my dad worked here in the States, so did my mom. So they had policy. And my dad is going to be 82 years old coming this September, and my mom around that age. So their policy and everything, we know. My dad worked here, his retirement, everything. So the point I'm trying to make is this. For people who have parents they file for, and I have our listeners listening, who are just green card holders, whatever their situation is, you can start a plan for them. Kandu, do you agree with that? Yes or no?
oh, absolutely. Like I think yourself or someone else said earlier, not just Nigerian culture, there are a number of cultures around the world that they don't believe in life insurance policy.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but everybody's going to go sooner or later. So, yeah, if you bring your parents here, start a policy, it might be expensive compared to,
Yeah.
Yes,
someone.
it's very expensive. I tried it with when my mom was in her 70s and she's in her 80s now. And my husband is like, it's cheaper for her. Talk about it's just cheaper for her to take a flight home for like $2,000 flights back to Nigeria alive than to than for her to go dead.
No, no, actually, well, I mean, I don't know what
No,
the
we don't want to turn this to a finance segment, but I know what Kandu is coming about because Kandu, my younger brother, is into finance and everything. He's a CPA by profession, and what the knowledge I got from him has exposed me to so many things. And my parents, I'm using myself as an example. My parents are so much big. Both parents are not college educated, but they accumulated wealth for their children that they are able to line up everything. And the point I'm trying to make is there's one thing my dad always says: talk about these things as uncomfortable it might make both of you. It saves you from the burden and that headache of if something happened. And I say this, I've seen it happen. Someone died in the family. There is no finance. I see a WhatsApp group created that I didn't ask to be in, and I see my name popping up. And I'm sorry, I'm so busy. When I see my name popping up and things, I'll just take myself out of it. It's not trying to be ignorant and everything. But the thing is, I think our people are so ignorant about a lot of things when it comes to finance. We don't like talking about it in the sense of it has nothing to do with ego. I don't know why Kandu and Tokwe probably who know me more than and Uncle Jonaba knows me. Ngozika is joining us and she's probably getting to know me. And what I'm trying to say is when you speak about finance with our people, it makes them uncomfortable in a way that I've never seen. And I'm like, why is finance making you uncomfortable? Is math. The difference is I'm trying to educate you, you're trying to educate me. Adama, this is what is my portfolio. This is what I'm learning from you. At the end of the day, the difference is Adama lives here in the United States. You live here in Nigeria. I don't know if Nigeria has insurance policy or anything. And I'm
yes,
glad
they
we have
do.
Ngozika.
Yes, they do.
Thank you for telling me that. You see, I never knew that. We haven't got a capital. But my
Yeah,
problem is this is when a family dies, I'm seeing in the Igbo culture that I know, they will bring up this meeting. This person just died though. We need to take the body home at a certain time. There is no money. We need to raise this fund. And I'm
Adama,
asking
it's
the
not, it's
question.
not just Igbo, it's
Okay,
not
you're
just Igbo
saying,
culture,
okay,
they
go
do
ahead,
it in Yoruba
Kotope.
too.
yeah. I think at the end of the day, like I said, personally, I don't believe in sentiments about anything in life. It is how you prepare yourself that you're going to meet yourself. For the most part, all things being equal, I have met a man who never went to. I think he finished high school. 2 years ago, he passed away at the age of 82. And not only did this man leave his children with 600 and something $1,000 in cash, he built houses for literally himself and a bunch of his friends. They built 4 houses, one for him and three for the 3 children. I mean, they built those houses more than 20 years ago. But this is a man that never went to college, you know. But it was a person that was disciplined, and that's what a lot of people don't have. A lot of people don't have discipline. You want what you want now, 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 and you don't prepare for the future. And some people will say, well, you have to enjoy your life. What the future will take care of itself. Well, I don't believe in such foolishness.
And I
But
agree with you. I agree with you. So, you know why I agree with you? Can just stay right there. When I say I agree with you, Kandu, I know what you stand for. Do you know that it's surprising to know as much as we Africans work? I'm saying this, we don't know a lot of things about generation wealth. Do you see the curveball I threw to you, Kandu? Can you see what the curveball I'm throwing to you?
Can I see the what?
Can you see the curveball I'm throwing to you? I said, do you know that a
Oh,
lot of our
yeah,
people
yeah.
don't know what generation wealth is?
Yeah, actually, a lot of people around the world, is a relatively new phenomenon. In America, for example, you have a lot of people that say, "Oh, white people this, white people that, they've been creating generational wealth." It's not true. Even among the white people, well, all you need to do is go back to 1929, go back to 1929, go back to the 70s. Even among white people, wealth families were wiped out. Wiped out. So people had to rebuild. And like I say, being rich is simple. It's not easy. Find something that people need, figure out a way to provide it, you'll be rich. People need water, figure out how to provide it. People need healthcare, figure out how to provide it, and so on and so forth. But the main aspect of this thing is discipline. If people can be disciplined, save $200 in America, for example. Can you save $200 a month, every month? If you do that from age 25 to age 65, you have $1 million. I mean, it's not rocket science. But discipline, even for the disciplined people, it's hard to be disciplined. So again, when people, to your original question about if somebody passes away, in the abroad, and they have left a request or demand, you cannot demand something that you have not provided for. I don't even, my brain cannot even comprehend such a thing.
But
You have not.
Tokwe says something is that is their last wish. That's what Tokwe said.
Yeah,
Tokwe said it's their last wish.
when you get to Jesus or devil,
Yes.
let them
Last
execute those wish for you. You cannot wish some. It's even evil for you to be leaving your burden on your children. That's evil.
Okay.
In my opinion, you have not. Well, in any event, generational wealth is a relatively new thing all around the world. Again, money is good, but life is really about people. Create all the wealth you want to, live the life that you want to, and you're gonna go at the end of the day. Like, my greatest example is always the Sultan of Brunei. He's worth 80 billion. The day that he passes away, he'll be buried within 24 hours. They're not
God
gonna
bless you.
they're not gonna put an American Express in his coffin.
Can't do, I agree with
You're
you.
not
Thank
gonna
you.
go. Thank you.
Ngozika, welcome to the show, sis. I really appreciate you
Thank
tuning in
you.
from Nigeria. Ngozi,
Thank you.
welcome. Dewo,
Thank you.
my
Thank you.
sister.
Thank you, Emailer. Thank you.
So
Good
please
morning,
pick
Mr.
up from
Kandu.
where
Good
we are
morning, Mr.
going
Jonah.
from, where you've
welcome,
been watching.
Zanzibar.
Good
So
morning,
just take
Mr.
it where you want to
Good
take it.
morning, Mr.
Thank you.
It feels so good to be here.
Good morning.
I just had to join in. These days, I find it difficult to sleep anytime before 2 or 3. So I might as well be making good use of the time to
Thank
catch up some
you.
work and some conversation. So I don't know where I'm supposed to weigh in. I got in when you were talking about last wishes and that somebody
Yeah,
dies in the diaspora.
Respect.
we were talking about, okay, the topic started off respect. Is respect earned or given in a relationship, and why do we abuse it? Then
What
I
sort of
took it.
relationship? Any
We're
type of
talking about
Any,
relationship?
we're
any.
talking about marriage and
I,
whatever situationship you have going on.
Okay. So
Then the second question I threw a wrench in is when our people die here in the diaspora, they say, "Oh, I want to be buried back home," but they don't
okay.
have the fund for it. Who do you expect to fund your burial, taking you back home when you don't have the fund for it?
Okay.
So that's the what
So
we're discussing. Thank you,
uh,
sis. Go ahead.
Okay, from the first one, I think that was why I asked what relationship dynamics we were talking about. And I'm going to say, as a general rule of thumb, I do not think respect should be given. I think it should be earned. And this might, in trying to explain what I mean, it might seem as though I was contradicting myself, because I would try to point out how you earn respect. And so let's use, I like using examples a lot. I am my father's daughter. He's my father. The normal setting is, of course, he's my father. I defer to him. I think most at times what we call respect is deference. You defer to someone, and we often assume it is respect. But when it comes down to it, there are certain things you would not do or say if you respected someone, and that is where I draw the line. So bringing it down to a romantic relationship, a marriage setting, I think it's even more crucial that both parties earn their respect. If you want your partner to, say, what example do I use, for instance? If you want your partner, sometimes I struggle because the Nigerian notion of respect is you being subservient. Is subservience. That's what most Nigerians define as
Okay, please,
respect.
while you're speaking to our viewers, could you explain what you mean by subservient, like in the
So you don't
Nigerian
talk
background? Could you
back when
please?
they're poking their hands in their fingers into your eyes. You just stand there like moo. You're not proactive. You're more reactive. Even the reactiveness, they give you the measure of reaction you're going to display. You're just there. Anything goes. You don't poke. You don't argue. You don't do anything. You don't stand up for yourself. You don't ask questions. You don't challenge ideas. You do not have a backbone. That is basically what most people here consider respect. Once you know how to speak up for yourself, once you know how to question ideas, policies, or all those things, once you know how to once you're assertive, let me just use a general language. Once you're assertive, you're not respectful. But I beg to differ. I believe that respect is not you keeping quiet when the other person is talking. No, that is not respect. I could keep quiet when you're talking, and in my mind, I'll be cursing you out. That is not me respecting you. That is not me respecting you. Respect would be me letting you finish speaking, hearing, actually listening to you. And then when you're done, I have my say. That is what I consider respect. And in a marriage setting, I think that is how both parties can earn each other's respect. Not one person trying to lord over the other, or one person trying to use tactics to get the other person to do their bidding. When two people are in a marriage and they always seek each other's input in whatever concerns them, actually listen to each other with an open mind without a bias. That's respect for me. It's not you saying, I don't want you to go here. And I say, it's all right, I won't go there. And I don't go. That's not respect for me. I might not go, but I might still be, in my mind, I'll be like, you deprived me of this. I'll hold a grudge. I'll be I'll be angry with you. I'll try to get back at you. No, that's not respect for me. That's not that's not how I view it. So yeah, definitely it should be earned. If you don't deserve it, if you've not earned it, I'm not giving it. If you're going to yell at me every time, if you're going to try to put me down every time, if you're going to try to shush me whenever I try to have my say, there's no way you're getting my respect. Be you. And
Ngozi, I had a question. We had also talked about the split system. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with that in a relationship. Like this idea of, sharing responsibility with your partner 50-50. It can be, responsibilities in regards to household chores or finances. What's your take on that?
So I have never really been big on marriage. For me, marriage is a 50-50. I might get married, I might not get married. I'm not really it's not something I'm certain or I'm definite about. But a couple of years ago, a few years ago actually, I was in a relationship and we were talking long term, and I wanted to have all the conversations that we could think of. I wanted to talk about how to raise a child, how many kids, because when it comes to the number of kids that should be had in a marriage or in a relationship, I believe the woman should have the final say. She's going to be the one to carry to go through the pregnancy. So whatever number she can do, that is what I know. I'm not even accepting opinions on this one. The person that is going to go through the pregnancy should determine how many times she wants to go through it.
Okay,
Then
no. Ngozi, okay. Can I ask you, stay right there? Why
yeah,
should you say the person that is going to go through the pregnancy should determine the number of pregnancy if the
they
man is
want
the
to go
one
through.
financing everything?
He's not the one carrying the pregnancy now, is he?
Yeah, he might not be the one carrying
And
everything,
so the
but
person the person whose body, mind and soul is going to go through it should be the one. And it's really not a big deal. If I want 2 kids and you want 3 kids, you can go on and get somebody that that wants 3 kids. Or if we could find a middle ground and you tell me, babe, I really want 3 kids and I accept, that's okay. But to make it a no, I want 3 kids, you have to be okay by it. It's if she agrees that okay, I wanted 2, but since you want 3, I don't mind doing 3, that's perfectly okay. But to come and say I want 3 and is that 3 that will have whether you like it or not, no, it's not going to happen. That's for me, and nobody has to go for me. So we're talking about number of kids, parenting styles, finances, and I remember saying something that, in retrospect, I think was very, very, very. I don't want to use the word silly, but that's the only thing I can think. So I said, I want to do financially at least. I want to do a 50-50. Not that if you bring 50,000, I bring 50,000. 50-50 in the sense that whatever you're earning, you bring 50% of it. And whatever I'm earning, I bring 50% of it. And we'll have a joint account. And that is where the money will be. And this money will be specifically for everything concerning the family, the children, the house, just everything concerning it. This is where we'll make the expenses from. Then whatever you do with the other 50 part of your money, it is not my business. Whatever I do with the other 50 part of my money, it is not your business. But you see that 50 we put in there, it will not go to charity, it will not go to our families, it will only be for our kids, our home expenses, and all those kind of things. So, and my dear partner was like, no, I can't do 50-50 with you. He said, no, I can't do 50-50. I'm not splitting that kind of bill with you. Even if we're going to split bills, it's going to be 70-30 or 80-20. And I said, okay. Now that I think about it, I must really have been high on love or something to think of something like. Anyway, I just felt it was fair. But now that I think about it, the older I get, the more I realize that it's not workable. At least not in the Nigerian setting. And I'll tell you why. In a typical Nigerian home, the woman does almost all the work that has to do with the house.
no, but because I don't agree. I've seen women who have 3 maids. 3 maids with just 1 kid.
So you are talking about outliers. I'm talking the typical mankichi that is your neighbor. I'm not talking about. I'm
Okay,
talking
Ngozi.
about
Okay, Ngozi, does a man Kechi have maid?
no.
No, they do
Mankechi
it
is
all.
probably selling vegetable in the market. The idea of maid is totally non-existent to her. You are thinking about middle class to upper class Nigerians. I'm talking about the regular Nigerians, the people that are selling fruits in the markets, the ones that are selling all these local spices, the ones that are selling yam, the ones that are selling pepper, the ones that are selling oil. Where would they see maid? Have they finished training their own children or physical maid? Where would you see maid? The people that before they even close from work, before they even close from market, they're already buying food stuff to come and cook. The people that while they are at the market, their children are doing homework because they can't afford to do it once they get home because they'll be busy. So while she's selling to you, you are hearing, mommy, number 2 is what? The people that once the children come back to school, they can't be left alone because there's nobody to mind them. They'll have to come stay with her in the shop. Is that the person that has a maid? And the person that will wake up on Saturday morning and wash her children's clothes, wash her clothes, wash that of her husband's. If her kids are still too young to help, clean the whole house before she goes on with her day.
And then she still has to cook Ngozika.
That is it now. So I now thought to myself, so if a woman is supposed to be doing all this, and we know, as much as I don't like admitting it on air, Nigerian men are not the most hands-on when it comes to housework. It's not a norm for them to be hands-on. Probably be the society or the way they were raised, but it's not a norm. So you're telling me that if I'm supposed to be doing all these things, I'll still at the end of the day bring the same percentage of finance you bring to the family. That's unfair. That is totally unfair. And that was when I thought to myself, no, if we are going to do 50-50, we might as well do it across board. We split our finances 50-50. We split minding the kids. If you're going to be minding the kids this period, I might as well have my me time. When you're having your me time, I'm minding the kids. If I'm doing the dishes, you're fetching water. If I'm cooking, if we can split days of cooking, or if cooking does not work for you, I can be doing the cooking, but you find another way to supplement. You can clean the house while I cook. I should not have to do everything by myself if we're splitting bills. And you find that it's not what is obtainable in most homes. It is not. I know, and I've heard of stories. I don't want to use personal stories here, but I know and I've heard of stories where a married couple will go to hustle for daily bread. Mind you, hustle for daily bread. 2 of them will come back almost at the same time. The man will just put leg on top of center table and start watching football or something else. The same person who came home with almost at the same time will have to go to the kitchen, put something on fire, and start bathing the kids. While she's cooking, she's alternating between bathing the kids and preparing. Sometimes the kids might even sleep before dinner is ready. And the man is just sitting here, and she's just, oh, is the food ready? Babe, do now, I'm hungry. Person where you and follow come house almost the same time. So I thought about this and I'm like, hell no. No, what was I thinking? So if it's going to be hands-on with the kids, if it's going to be hands-on with taking care of the house, sure, let's do 50-50. But if I'm going to be the one minding the kids almost 80 to 90% of the time, taking care of the house myself, then hell no, I'm not doing 50-50 with you. No way in hell. No, I'm not doing that. So that is just my opinion on that. And for people who die abroad and want to have a last wish to be buried home, personally, I have maybe I'm speaking from a place of loss and pain, and
Ngozi.
what did I do?
Jesus Christ.
What did I do now? I say, baby, I just I like to put disclaimers.
Go ahead.
I like to put disclaimers. So maybe what I'm going to say now, it's going to come from a place of pain and loss.
Please go ahead. Please.
Somebody that has lost both parents, if my parents' last wish were to be given a certain type of burial, but they did not leave money, if I can find the money, fine, I'll give it to them. If I can't find money, then they'll have to take whatever I can do. They'll understand. I do not think it's as rigid as we make it sound that if you wanted to be flown back to Nigeria, why didn't you save up for it? They are dead. And if we were to go by science, like Mr. Dama, you were saying earlier, if we were to go by science, they don't feel anything, they don't know anything, they don't know if you did
Yep.
it or not. But
Yep.
if we're
Yes.
supposed to flip to the other side a bit, because I simply believe that science does not have all the answers. And since science
And I
does not
agree
have
with
all
you.
the
And I
answers, there are
agree
gray
with you, which
areas.
is
So
what can do.
if we are supposed to, if we just try to dip our toe into those gray areas and imagine, suppose, or assume that they have a way of knowing, I think it will be highly entitled of them to expect what you don't have and really, really insist on it. But I know they wouldn't if of course they know you don't have, so they will take whatever you give them. It's not a big deal. If you have it, do it. If you don't have it, leave it. It's not a do or die affair. Except for people that kill themselves, for people that are terminally ill. Most people don't know they are dying. So it's not as if maybe the person probably think they have more time. Maybe since I became an adult, even before I became an adult, when I was a teenager, I kept saying it. I don't want to be buried in a coffin. I don't want it. I don't want a burial ceremony. It irks me. I don't like it. I go to funeral and I see people partying, eating, and I'm like, I'm disgusted. It was a couple of years ago that I actually started going to funeral and sitting down. Before you hardly catch me at any funeral. I was like, especially when young people, that I was really disgusted. It's at a funeral. What are you saying? Somebody died. You should just bury the person and keep it moving. Come, let the dead mourn. Let the people they left behind mourn the person. Or if you're one of those people, come mourn the person. What are you eating and celebrating for? So me that have certain requirements. There was even a time I wanted to be cremated. When I was really into those kind of very funny things, I was fantasizing about it. Imagine being alive and fantasizing about your death. I even told a couple of I told some people, I told them, if I was to die right now, nobody should bury me. Oh. Just burn me up, put my ash. I know, of course, the idea of an urn was from a movie, but just carry my ash, do whatever you want to do. If you want me present with you, if you want my spirit, quote and unquote, with you, you can put my ash. Then I outgrew that phase. And then from wanting my corpse to be burned, I think it was the first time I saw a Muslim burial. I mean live, not on TV or anything. Because the first time as an adult, I saw a Muslim burial. I was fascinated by the simplicity of it all. I'm like, this is how it should end. I mean, this is how it should end. Quietly.
Okay, so if you're saying
so
that now,
lemly.
so what would you say? What would you say we as Christian? I heard all your opinion, what you said, but I want you to be realistic. Let's keep it the balance here. What do you think our women back home? Because we need to be realistic. Like I told you, I know of somebody who has just one child. She has 3 mates. Drivers, everything. And I just don't want, like you and Toko corrected me. That's not Miss Snaker at the market. But we need to be aware of that. Our culture has created this thing where men, when they come back from work, they expect their food to be served, things to be the way they are. So can you speak from that perspective where women are kind of lacking? That's where I want the balance to be.
So you're saying that a woman that is, the problem I have. Let me just say the problem I have with Nigerian men is that they want a traditional modern wife. I'm like, pick a struggle. You can't have both. So you can't have pick a struggle. You have to pick a struggle, and that is being the biggest bane of their existence. They can't seem to pick a struggle. Today they want a working class woman that is also a traditional wife. It won't work. If you want to have your food by 5 p.m. unfailingly every time you get home from work, then make sure you make the conditions in your home such that your wife has no excuse not to have that food ready. It is as simple as that. If she has to go out with you, and I'm still stressing this because I can't think of any woman that does not have something doing. I can't. Even the ones that are so-called stay at home. I can't. So if you're telling me that if she's going to you expect a woman that is not that is hustling the way you're hustling, maybe you think your own hustle is the proper hustle, that own is just passing time. Because that is the vibe they give up. You how much you they earn. So as much as you're not earning, as long as you're not earning as much as I'm earning, that means you're just passing time. That one is not hustle. I reserve the right to be treated more kingly than I would treat you because I earn better than you. So you're telling me that if a woman has 3 maids, all the conditions are met, why shouldn't she have that food ready? That is going with your example. A woman that has all the help she can need in a house, and she doesn't need to stress and work herself to death. Why shouldn't you have the food ready? But that is between the couple. But I'll look at you if you eat me, I'll be like, why shouldn't you have the food ready? Mama, what are you doing? Why is the food not ready? What's your excuse? Or if she has to go out for any reason to win bread, to hustle, no, it's really inhumane to have such expectations of her. Really inhumane. You want a traditional wife, make sure the conditions are there for a traditional wife. Don't go trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. That is where all these problems starts.
So what would you, okay, Ngozi, given that you're in the culture, what would you advise our women to work on? Because let me be honest with you, I'm sick and tired of hearing what our men need to do. We as women, I always say this, everybody wants to marry e-money. Everybody wants to.
Everybody does not want to marry e-money. Me, I don't want to marry e-money.
No, but I'm just being realistic. Everybody wants to marry e-money. These men, they are affluent. So I'm saying that men who are educated but have not hit that threshold, who is going to marry them?
They are the ones getting married every Saturday now.
Oh, Ngozi, Ngozi, sis, listen, let me tell you the thing. Let's be realistic. I am saying one thing I need to emphasize on this program. Cut your coat according to your size. If you know you can afford a Hyundai is a car. It's not in the same level as Mercedes. Stop looking at Mercedes. Look at what you can afford. Stop. I think one of our biggest problems is we compare ourselves with people. We're not realistic with our comparison. Like, we're not. Stop trying to act like people who are in the diaspora. You're still in the Nigeria sector. And wherever your environment is, I don't care if you're living in Banana Island, you all go through the same airport, which is Molitala Muhammad Airport. You don't have a special airport created for your husband, including Davido and all of them. So I want people to be realistic. When we say, oh, e-money, these people, let's be realistic. The point I'm asking you here is, Ngozi, what do our women need to work on to meet our men where they are back in the where you are? They're listening.
Let me be sure I understand your question. You're asking what more can women do to make it work?
Yes. In terms of, like I gave you a situation I know of, and I don't want to name that person, they are listening. This is someone who is fortunate, one child with 3 everything, 3 maids, drivers, and everything. And I'm not saying they are the typical Mama and Mecca. All I'm saying is, when you marry a man you know earns this certain bracket, he earns 50k naira, why can't you work with 50,000 naira of what his threshold is? Why must you have ambition of someone who is on a 300,000 household? It doesn't make sense to me. You're not being realistic.
Okay, I think I understand you better now.
Thank you.
You're trying to say you're trying to say that women will live above their means.
Yes. They'll be looking at
instead of trying to live among
like me and you now listening to you, Ngozi. I don't know you, you don't know me. But you're going from what you were saying. We have this platform where we exchange idea. Someone will come tomorrow and say, Ngozi said, if I want to marry a man, she should. No, don't go with Ngozi's idea. Go with what works for your situation. Ngozi has figured out her situation. Women tend to go with what the Joneses are saying and forgetting they are not the Joneses. That's what we call them, keeping up with the Joneses here in America. You're not the Joneses. So you don't earn that kind of bracket, the money they earn. Their men can throw out that kind of money. You don't. For a woman like me, I know how much I earn. So forget me. I'm not using me as an example. This topic is not about Dama. I'm saying that women need to be realistic. If you know you're going into a marriage with this person that in a certain bracket, cut your coat according to your size. Period.
And okay, let me come at it from this way. Let's say a woman marries a man that earns 150,000 naira a month, but the life she wants, or the life she thinks she wants, or the life she looks for, or she's working towards, is for a man that earns from 300. I think we that is starting from the middle. We need to go back from the beginning. How did they get there to start with? If you want different things, you have no business getting married. It is simple. So I do not have anything to tell you. Women are doing too much as it is. So I honestly cannot tell you what more to do. And I don't know any woman that I can tell what more to do. The ones that are killing themselves and bending over and becoming unrecognizable just to please the men in their lives. The ones that are losing body parts just to please the men in their lives. The ones that haven't seen smile in 6 years just to please their husband, sorry. The ones that have become unrecognizable all round. What haven't they done? Women are the highest population in most churches. You see that they are praying, they are changing the way they talk, they're changing the way they dress, they are changing their taste. I know women who used to have very high tastes. They marry men whose finances are not what they're used to, and they cut down. They are changing every single thing about them to make relationships work. So what else do you want to tell them to do? The example you're citing, Mr. Nama, yes, it will be very dishonest of me to say those ones do not exist. But how many are they? How many are they? Okay, even if we want to talk to those ones, what are you going to tell them? That because they have a condition that allows food to be ready by 6 p.m. and it is not ready, the man has the right to go berserk. Is that what you're going to tell them? And that we should tell them that for no reason under the sun should food not be ready at a particular time because they have all the help they need. Is that what you're going to tell them? I think what we should be telling them is, before it gets to that situation, if you're going to marry somebody, people, like I keep saying it, what do people talk about when they are dating, when they are courting? For God's sakes, what do they talk about?
Because God bless you, my sister. God bless you.
What do they talk about? Like it's. I was asking somebody one time. I was having to mediate between the issues they were having. I was asking them, when you were dating, what did you talk about?
My dear, what they're talking about is nyash. They're like,
what are you talking about? People do not talk about finances. And I know you might not believe this, but the way money is causing problem in marriages. Chineke.
No, Ngozi, don't say that. No, Ngozi. Kandu and I was having, listen, let me kind of promote Kandu. Kandu is someone that he wants every man that he knows to be financially stable and have a means. If you have a regular income, have a supplement income. The first time I came to the platform, I never knew Kandu. Kandu happens, me and Kandu share the same zip code where my daughter goes to schooling. My daughter is going to medical school. And I'm telling you, I'm just saying this. So for people to know this, Kandu, and I said to him, I said, I need to meet you. I saw an investment that I wanted to invest in. And when Kandu gave me his background, I know the option I got. And I'm throwing him on the bus. He's going to be mad at me. I'm just putting it out there. I don't care. At the end of the day, I just want to be transparent. And he said, Adama, contact me. I said, Kandu, I cannot wait to meet with you. Because they say one thing, knowledge is power. I am a woman that grew up from a home where finance matter. And you said that thing. Nigerians don't talk about finance. All they talk about is nyash and breasts. I am tired of that. Nyash and breast is not going to pay your bill. Let's be realistic. We have an economy where tomato costs how much? Where Mr. Righteous Man, a man that lives through what things are happening, he will tell you, he said, he showed it today. I said he was showing a piece of corn. I said, can he be showing a piece of corn for 250? Do you know how much I pay for corn? Corn is nothing here where I am.
Oh, he bought it 250,000. A piece of corn here is 400,000, 400 naira, 300 naira, 500
But the
naira.
realistic thing is, we have women in our society, Nigeria to be precise, who are living in a society that I don't know. They created a bubble that doesn't exist. And they want to give women who do not know what things are going on. They create this, oh, I live this lifestyle. I drive this, I drive that. Ngozika, if you know how much I earn, I drive a used car and I'm so happy about my used car. My car is paid off. I don't have monthly payments. I don't believe in that. But the thing that gives me joy is I'm able to, both of my children's, their school. None of my children pay for school loans. The point I'm trying to make for you is here. Nigerians hate finances and they like living above their means. They like pretending. They try to be something they are not. And that's why when I started the show with Tokwe, I told Tokwe, I said, listen, Adama is a different breed. Adama is someone that lived here, grew up here. My parents grew up here. My parents worked here. You coming from back home gives us a background. You said something now. You said, our women don't talk about finance. Because give me a reason why our women shy off from finance.
It's not just our women, though. It's not just our women. You'll be dating a man and you have no idea how much he earns. You're planning to get married to a man who will not disclose to you how much he earns. Tells you it's none of your business. I know somebody, till today, she has no idea how the husband's business works. And she has asked. It has caused problem. They won't tell you because to them, these are not the kind of things you should be concerning yourself with.
But for a woman like me that wants to know how much it takes, I know how much it takes to run my household every month.
They won't tell you. And will you beat the person? My problem is they won't tell you fine. So why will you end up with the person? That's the only place I have problem with women. This person has shown you who they are. Are we talking about the same Nigerian men that buy lands and put it in their family's name, in their brother's name?
Yes, God bless. I have that situation now. I have that.
Their business, they buy a car for you and the car is in their name. Is that what you call creating? That is why I told you that. That is when we were talking about a woman that the husband has, she has a maid, she has a domestic staff, and she just has one child. I was like, really? If you check that car now, it's not even in her name.
Absolutely, even those ones. Land, the house they are living in, nothing is in their name.
She has to collect the money from him. Down to pad. And for most of them, in the beginning, they like the feeling of that absolute control. Because now when they give you food, they control you. They don't want you to talk to person, they give you food, then they're mad, they won't starve.
See, respect, that's automatic respect.
So, as in, you see, it's so somebody that is that dependent on another human being. If I want pad, I go ask you. If I want new pants, I go ask you.
If I want to buy something, I'll ask a man, like, can I have money for pad?
Yes,
And
that is the reality, Adama.
I'm not allowed to know how much you make. I am not even supposed in my wildest dream to ask you anything about your business. So God forbid it. You made me a traditional wife, Abby. God forbid it anything happens to you. Me and my children, we are fucked up.
Can I come in after Miss Ngozi?
Yes, Mr. Kandu, you can come
No,
in.
is
I know,
she done?
Mr.
No,
Kandu, I'm
after
sorry
her.
for using
After
you.
her.
Kandu, I'm sorry for using it as a reference. You know, I respect you, so I hope you permitted what I used.
You didn't say anything wrong, you know. Miss Ngozi, are you done?
Oh, please go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, I think a few points have been made. Like in these cases that you're talking about, I know condition can make crayfish bend, but I don't understand why anybody will be mad. I mean, I don't, you know, marriage is not even about love. Love is just one of the components. You don't marry somebody because you love them. That's not enough.
Of course.
Love is not enough for a reason to marry somebody. There has to be respect. There have to be understanding. So why? And that's why I said maybe condition make crayfish bend. Why will you go and marry somebody that is not willing, even without you asking, that this is what I make?
I
But
agree.
unfortunately, I have run into Nigerian men. Well, I mean, there are only a few. I mean, so I won't say Nigerian men, but that will be like, I don't want my wife to know how much I make, and I'm stupefied by such notion.
It's common, Mr. Kandu. It's a common phenomenon. It's a common phenomenon among them all. They won't let you know.
To somebody, to the type of brain that God gave me, is beyond foolish.
Very foolish.
Tomorrow,
You can do. You're seeing the way I'm seeing it.
If you buy tomorrow, if you buy tomorrow, what will happen?
That is what I'm saying. That's where I have a problem with the women in these cases. Why agree to such a person?
That's what I'm saying. Why would you? And that's why I started by saying maybe it's condition that make crayfish bend.
I don't care what the condition
What kind of
is.
condition will make you know can do? What kind of condition will make you not know how much it takes to run your household?
I would never be able to understand that. So that's why I'm saying maybe some of these people that you're talking about in Nigeria, we're even talking about women in Nigeria, maybe their long throat is too much. But from a personal standpoint, okay, when my parents got married, they lived in one room, not one bedroom, one room. That's where the one bed was. That's where the kitchen stove and everything were, in that one room. They didn't, well, my father didn't come from no money, zero. Maybe his was minus zero self. But my mom came from, family that was doing very well. But they did not, her father did not support the relationship because my mother, she's Muslim, my father is Christian. So, but the point is this: these two people got together, started working. Aside from their jobs, they got into contracting, supplying cement, gravel. I'm talking about when cement was 7 naira a bag of cement, and they worked their way up. But my mom worked for the Ministry of External Affairs. My dad is a banker. All through my dad's life till whenever I came to America, they've always had maids, drivers. But my parents always told us, these people are not here for you. They're here to serve us, not you, children. You're not better than any of these people. So those were the lessons. But I will say this. My mom, he was doing her own business on the side. My dad, he was doing his own business, aside from their regular jobs. My father, I've never seen my father, pass the kitchen door. Pass. I didn't say go inside. Pass. You know. So, but the house help that they had will cook for the house, but they cannot cook for my father.
Can I
My
ask
father does.
why? Can I ask why they didn't cook for your dad? Is it that your dad prefer your mom's cooking particularly, or he
Yeah.
knew who cooked?
Well, I think it's just something that they have developed when they didn't have a pot to piss in, and they like her cooking. So he will not eat anybody else's cooking, and I don't even think the man knows how to boil water. I don't know.
Wow.
You know, but the thing is, because I mean, he has children, he has family members. Even me, when I go to Nigeria, I have nieces and nephews. They won't let me do a thing just because they're my nieces and nephews. So, but the point I'm trying to make at the end of the day is, like, my mother is the only one that cooked for my father. He had a job, a full-time job, halfway up their job at the ministry. She had businesses that she was running. She didn't have to come home and cook for him at 5 o'clock. My father almost never got home till 9 or 10 anyway. And I don't believe she had to cook every day. You know, there's deep freezer, there's freezer, all that, whatever. So, but I don't understand. I don't believe in anybody being a slave to anyone. Anybody that knows me, they'll tell you. Even if I have a wife that wants to cook every day, I wouldn't want you to cook every day.
Yeah.
It's not that serious.
Yes.
Me myself.
What can do pushback in our parents' generation? Someone like my dad, he couldn't do all those microwave situations. He was fresh every day.
But how can you say your dad? My dad is 80-something, can operate a microwave. So can't you teach your dad how to operate a microwave?
No, I'm saying my dad is even no more right now. But I'm saying back in the day, he was used to eating fresh food every day. So when my mom travels on holidays and I'm the one at home with him, I just carry whatever I cooked a day before in the freezer and just warm it in the microwave then, and just tell him it was fresh.
Well, you guys are lucky. I mean, when I'm talking about, there was no microwave. At least there was no microwave in Nigeria.
Thank you, Kandu, for saying that.
There were no microwave in Nigeria, and I agree
there was
with
freezer. There was freezer.
There was deep freezer. Yeah, there was deep freezer, and I agree with Ms. Ngozika, and I think Ms. Adama also kind of came to that point. You know, the people we're talking about, or that she was talking about, is not even just the market woman selling vegetables. It's the teacher.
Thank you, Kandu.
It's the high school teacher. You know, people, these are not even quote unquote, and even if we'll have to forgive ourselves to a degree. Because over the last 7-8 years, the dynamics of the economy in Nigeria has changed so drastically. People that were comfortable making, decent money 7-8 years ago, the value of that money has depreciated so much. And it's very hard for them to be able to, the vast, I'm not talking about 0.01% of the population. I'm talking about the average, even less than average. It is hard for them. You know, if you were making 400,000 a month 8 years ago, the value of that money is 1/5 of that today.
God bless you. Thank you.
So the buying power of the people, I feel sorry for even the men. I'm talking about the responsible men. I'm not talking about the one that has a wife and 32 girlfriends. That's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the regular man who is whatever, maybe he's a pastor or works at the bank or whatever it is. I feel sorry for these people. I remember seeing that basket of tomato for 40,000. I said, now waiting the inside. So the dynamics of our economy has drastically changed. But in any society, this is what I've always believed. If you cut your coat, I cut my coat below my size.
According to your size.
I cut it below. below.
Below, my dear. God bless you.
And there's no. I was joking with someone today. I said, well, there was something that I saw that they needed, and I said, you know what? This week you're gonna get that thing. If I have to go out to a restaurant and wash plates to get the money this week, they said, how can you go and wash plates? I said, within the inside plates. There'll be 2 eyes I get.
Yes, they don't understand. They don't understand.
I can do any work. I mean, thank God I don't need to, but it's not a big deal. It's a job. It's not gonna kill me. There is no oga kwata kwata in my own life. I don't have any oga kwata, and I don't see anybody as any oga anything. You're just another guy. You put your pants on just like I do every day. Well,
Thank
the
you,
days that I
thank
the days that I put the pants on. Never
Thank you,
mind.
Mr. Kandu. I appreciate your inputs, and this subject is getting more deeper and deeper. And my sister, shout out to Ngozi Kakol, come joining us all the way from Nigeria. I really appreciate her inputs. She sees things the way I see it. I've been saying this: cut your coat according to your size. Stop keeping up with who is not keeping up with you. At the end of the day, when we all die, we are going to be buried in the same ground. There's not a special ground for Dangote or Tedola, Davido. Stop fooling yourself. It's the same ground we all are going to go to. So let's be realistic. Manage your finance and control your home according to what worked for you. Don't listen to anybody. You know your personal life. At the end of the day, do what makes you happy. But I want to recognize Mr. Triumph and not me. And Mr. Triumph, can you please unmute? And you're the next person to speak and join us in what we are saying. Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Good day, everyone. Good day, good day, good day.
Thank you, sir.
Adama, how are
My
you?
dear, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Oh, I'm in
I'm
France. I
doing
came to
great.
watch the Olympic. I've called you
Nah
several. You
lie,
didn't answer your phone.
nah lie, nah lie, nah lie. You
Yes,
know the
Mr.
France.
Triumph, good morning.
Good morning, good evening. Where you day? I'm saying the evening there.
Triumph, I'm watching
Good
the
evening.
Olympic. Oh, I'm in Paris. You're not answering your phone. The only thing my patient said is in Paris. I said, okay, let me join in Paris. You're not answering your phone. Triumph, it's because you heard that I'm in Paris. Your phone stop
Nah
working.
lie,
Tokyo and
you
as I'm
know
speaking to you,
you know
Tokyo is
the
in
Paris.
Paris right now. France.
Nah lie, nah no day France. If say nah there, I go don't know. At the monitoring, not say that they come and monitor spirit. I've been watching you guys since.
Okay, go ahead on mute.
I promise to be nice to Mr. Triumph today, so
Okay,
just
Adama,
have your
you
say
to say you
and
promise.
let's go in
If
peace.
I won't hear from her too. Say she promised to. She never talk am, because I know say she know the flitter was before she go talk. No say I be candidate now. I beg. I'm a future candidate too.
Which future candidate, Mr. Triumph, I beg. People that know me,
Malife,
please. If you need anything
Mali.
about Triumph, let me advertise you. Let me help
No,
you
no, no,
to.
no, no advertise, no advertise, no
No, I
advertise.
won't
I
help
beg,
you now.
I beg,
No, let me
I
help
beg,
you. I'm
I
trying to
beg,
tell
I
them
beg,
you're a good person.
I beg.
You're a
I'm
good.
a good person now. I'm a good person now. Biko. It's for future proposal. Okay, ask your question.
So
I'm
the
here.
question I'm having for you is this: we were talking about is respect earned, and why is it that when our people die,
Let's do
you live in the
let's
diaspora?
do one after the other. I beg. No, you
Okay, is
women are
respect
multitask.
earned or given, and why do we abuse respect in a relationship?
Respect is for me is reciprocal. You understand? Respect for me is reciprocal. Understand? One thing is that you scratch my back, I scratch your back. I normally tell people that if I see that you don't respect the way I talk, I block you or I cut you off. If I warned you once, 2 times, they say according to you guys in America, eh, shame on me the first time. Sorry, shame on you the first time. Second time, shame on me. So I don't like. How will I put it? I don't like people disagreeing when I like now what I just learned of recent from in the formation I went to. They say that when you talk to people that doesn't, that you know that you're talking the truth and the person is like doesn't know what he's talking about, I agree with the person just to bring peace. Understand? Just go on, continue. with your be fooling yourself. Understand? Just that's just it for now. But respect is end, my sister. Let me go correct quick sharp.
Okay, so can I
Understand?
ask you, why do you think respect is earned? Are you speaking from a perspective of where you live in currently, or are you speaking from a perspective of someone who has dated someone in Africa? When I say Africa, Nigerian setting.
Now, beggar we date to I talk of business term. Uh, do you know that there's something you guys were talking really that touched me a lot. No, I was dreaming. I was listening to you guys, even in my dream. Everything you guys were saying was in my dream.
You are
When Kanu
dreaming
was
us in
talking,
your dream. Try off
yes,
Mahonopage.
uh, uh, Ezokudo. Then I just stood up. I said, make I they continue. When Kando was talking, I was listening to everything. There's something there that in every relationship, respect comes with trust. When you trust somebody, you respect that person. Go to anywhere. That's a formula we use. When you trust somebody, you respect that person. When you don't trust that person, the respect is not there. The respect is not there. You can only just pretend, according to Ngosika, formality sake. Formality sake. Huh? Just to like that. But no, no. One thing is that trust goes with respect. You understand? So for me to aim my trust, you have to merit it. The moment I trust you, even though you do anything, I won't say anything because that trust is there. But the moment you break that trust, it is finished. No going back. Because me, I used to tell people that in every relationship, there's two things I hate: lying and stealing. Anything you just want to tell me, I give it to you. And anything you've done, just tell me. Open up. I can't. Yes, I will shout. I won't do anything else now. I'm not the man that beats women, no, God forbid. And I hate friends that does it too. So that's it. I just say, okay, I understand. Because it's a situation that brings you there. That's just it. So trust comes to respect. Who you don't trust, you can't respect now.
Mm-hmm.
Understand? That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay with the answer? Talk about you
I'm
too.
okay with the answer. The next question I have for you is why okay, if people who let's say you you know you where you are in the diaspora, when
Yes.
someone pass away and they say, oh, bury me here, and they don't have the finance, what is your opinion on that?
Is it as a rich man or as a poor man? Let me know.
A regular person.
A regular care.
Ryof, you know, you be
Is
acting like you're flexing. How much you get stuff where they make noise? They flex.
I beg.
I go
Adama, we promise
dim
to
you
be
my
nice to
account.
him.
No,
I
Adama,
try
I go
off my
dim you my
sweetheart,
account
my
number.
darling. I know you. I know
I
you.
know
Don't
now.
you don't need to expose. After talking all this thing, just send us $100 in your this thing, in the Dr. Damages this thing to show us love. If I don't see your money, all these ones you're making us is just don't disgrace yourself. But they
If
are
that
seeing you
goes,
now.
talk about you see. One thing that I don't deal with dollars, so I deal with naira.
Okay,
So you
you
know.
deal with heroes. You deal with
Huh?
heroes.
Nah. I give everybody in naira. I'm promoting naira everywhere I go. Me, I'm promoting naira. If that goes, I'm promoting naira at least to appreciate our
Please don't
currency.
give us Naira because Dr.
Why?
Damages is located in a USA zip code. So he deals with dollars. So you will stay where euros is being exchanged. So I just want to make the
Ingo give
disclaimer.
me okay name number bank here.
I have a
Apple
bank here. My number bank here. My number bank
number.
here. Here in the one make
You
sense.
send the
So
number
what
bank.
way
Make I do
in
that. You send me the bank statement. That's it. Finish. Okay. Others they do now. It's not. It will not be the different now. I promote
I know,
naira. You guys
I
do now.
trust you. And you know, if you don't give it all, you meet me at the comment section. Try off, you know
I
me.
know now. No problem. No problem. Problem Adina.
So
No
what's your
problem.
take on where to be buried and being realistic?
Okay. See, you know that everybody know that I have children. I say my children decide where I will be buried. But to make things
Beautiful.
easier here in Europe, we pay the insurance for that. Insurance will take care of it. So they don't have to stress. You understand? They don't have to
Insurance will
stress.
take care. You have insurance if you are choosing to want to have your
Anywhere in the
body
world,
taken
anywhere in the
home.
world. Yes, anywhere in the world, Madam Tokwe. Anywhere. My insurance will take care of it, not my children or my spouse. My insurance take care of everything. Everything has been prepared now. I copy the rich. Kango Izuko. I copy the rich. Does it? Hello, which one they are putting Fatah in front of my?
I
Are you guys
I
there?
don't know what happened. Keep talking. I'm here.
Okay, and that's just it. But one thing there is that
Just ignore everything. Just ignore it. Don't even look at this thing. Just ignore the screen. I'm
okay,
just messing with
okay,
it. It's me. Just ignore it.
okay, okay. One thing there is that we just quote according to you people. You say me, I say cut your coat according to your cloth. Oh. That's my own
Cut
language.
your coat according to your size.
We because in the ITK,
Try off. Onoge buka. Because I'm a monoge, so cut your coat according to your size. So try off. Leave your children out of it. Where do you want to be buried? If something was to happen to you today, try off. God forbid. Do you have your finances planned where you say your children will carry it or your spouse will carry out your wish without your family having to interfere or give her an ultimatum to accomplish or carry out your
But
last
my
wish?
family doesn't talk now. They don't talk. One thing is that you are going. Let us go deeper. Mhm. Until we, if you know better, I will still open up. Okay, I just do it this way that I don't like stress, and I don't like stressing other people. Kangwe izuku, unuchabe, and people hearing. I don't like stress, and I don't like stressing people. So for me, everything has been planned. I'm not be typical African man. See people think. Oh, one thing that I think about the future. Everything before I do anything, I sit down and reason. I will not. I'll bring it out for you guys. You understand? If there's a light the testing here, now you be able to test it. You see that I'm telling you guys the truth. I look at the future, then try to make everything relate to me. You understand? Everything has been planned. Nothing for no stress for my children. They will enjoy it. They will do everything here. If you cannot come, they will send you
Well,
the
you still
picture.
didn't answer the question. The question is
They will bury
people
me
who
here in
don't have
Europe.
the
Oh.
finances like you do, that want
Okay.
to be buried and they live in the diaspora and want their remains taken back home. How do they go
They will
about
borrow the
finance?
money now. They will borrow the money now. Everybody should contribute now. The family is big now. What they borrow. They will borrow the money now.
So
Somebody
is that your
doing
final
burial.
submission?
Because of let me tell you, in burial, all African people in burial, money comes out easily. To start business in Nigeria, money doesn't come out if you want to borrow, if you're looking money. But in burial, money will come from left and right. I
I
can
don't know
bet you.
why. Nganeli Madden and the Madden Aputa. My dear, Triumph, I'm sorry. I forgot that my thing is on mute. Thank you so much. I want to recognize my sister Ify. Ify, day one.
Welcome,
Ifuga,
Ify.
Good evening.
Please, listen to
Ifuga,
Triumph. Mute yourself. Mute yourself. I beg. Your everything you've been saying is just promoting yourself. If I don't see your super chat, all these things you're saying it won't go anywhere. If you
Welcome,
know my
Ify.
sister, can you?
Hi.
Welcome, Fatai.
Good evening. Hi, Tope.
Hi, Ify.
Hi,
Thanks for
Ada.
joining
Good
us. Hello,
evening.
Fatai.
Day one. Fatai, welcome and welcome, Ify. Ify,
Hello,
you
thank
heard the
you.
topic we're discussing. I don't know where you want me to elaborate on that.
Just tell
After
me
you
the
is going to
topic.
be Fatai.
No,
So
it'll be not me. It'll be not me. It was meant to be not me before Ify, but not me.
that's true. I don't see
Oh,
not
that's
me.
fine. Go
Go on.
ahead.
Oh, thank you. But if you let me hold on, can I hold? If you hold on, I want to make sure not me is a he or me. Not me. Can you please unmute? Can you hear Adama speaking? Not me. Not me.
You're
Can you
mute.
hear me? Or if
Okay.
he over to you. Thank you, Ify. Please,
To be
I'm
honest
sorry.
with
Not me
you.
is not there. So Ify, over to you.
Hi,
So
guys.
do you need me to elaborate on what we are talking about, or you know what
Yeah.
we're talking about?
Yeah, Ada, tell me what you guys.
Okay, we are talking about is respect earned or given, and the split system of 50-50. And when you die, why is it that when you die, people the ima let me not speak Igbo. I'm sorry. Before they say now that I'm IPOP, you know me, I don't even know what IPOP means. Let me just give that disclaimer. I'm a Kwamanka. Please, if you're buried now, and like something happened to either one of us, and I said, I say my last release, I want to be buried in Nigeria, and I don't have the finances. Why should I have the right to say where I'm buried without the finance to back up what I'm asking for? But the thing the main topic is respect earned or given, and why do we abuse respect in marriage and relationship? Over to you, my sis.
I think it goes both ways. Honestly, I think it goes both ways. You earn your respect. You can't be doing something wrong. You expect people to respect you, especially these Gen Z kids. You know, those days are gone when, elders are saying something. You say because it's elder, you respect the person. No, it's no longer this era. So if you earn respect, in my own opinion, I will give it to you. But you can't be acting like you fool and you expect me to respect you. No. In terms of 50-50.
Okay, if you can't have the
it doesn't have to be 50-50. If
I tell my sister, this 50-50 thing is this. I tell people whatever works for you in your marriage, do it. But
God
this issue of 50-50, it has, broken a lot of marriages. But I keep saying any relationship or any marriage that is still standing because of financial benefits, number one, that is no longer marriage. And I've said it here, Ada.
Okay, no. You see, I'm confused now. You say any relationship that is still standing on financial benefits. Are you saying that if I meet you and I want to date you, let's take me for example, I'm going to use me, and I'm someone that you need to have your finances in order before you speak to me. So does it mean that I'm a gold digger, or because I have my finances in order, I'm asking for too much?
So this is my thing. Maybe I see money differently. Maybe I'm different when it comes to money. The only reason I will say this top the only reason I work so hard is that I don't want to be in a position to beg. That is me.
Okay, but if I see myself in that position, I don't want anybody doing anything for me.
Yeah, Ada, I understand where you're coming from. But in a relationship where somebody will, the only thing that is you guys are talking, the only conversation is money. I've said it here so many times that I have. I've said it here so many times about my friends that the only thing holding both marriages is just the money they are making. So when the money is not there, like the other one told me, her husband would be angry just for no reason. You must bring your 100%. After all, I'm bringing my 100%. And she would be like, oh, my 100% is like my 80% is your 100% or something like that. Oh, well, before you came here, we talked about it that we will have joint account. Why? Why should money be the definition? We define your marriage. Why should money define your relationship? In my own opinion. So,
okay. If you pause right there, I'm confused. Ngozika says something that you said now that is similar. Why do we shy away from discussing finance? Is it that we came from a culture where we frown about finance? If you know how much I earn, and I want to know how much you earn, what is wrong with that?
No, it's not a problem. Remember, you can bring our culture here because it's two different, culture.
Okay? I understand where you're
Growing up, my parents, they never had joint accounts. My father literally pays for everything. My mother will even ask my dad for gas money for the car she's driving to, the car they bought for her. She was still, but here is different. Two people working, paying bills. The lifestyle there is not the same thing with lifestyle here. I don't have no problem, my husband knowing. In fact, I can give you the bank account. I don't have no problem.
I don't have a problem with that either.
Now, what I have a problem is that when somebody, I mean, it's just like you want to know how much I'm taking, giving to my family, what I'm doing with the money. That's where I have a problem.
So why do you have a problem with that? It's called being transparent.
Okay.
It's called being in a relationship.
When I went to make this money, remember I didn't tell you when I went to make it.
But me and you are in a relationship together.
Okay, so are you telling me that if I want to give somebody something, I must tell you?
Ify, it's called being transparent.
Okay.
Mr. Lama, can I just please, can I just butt in here? I hate interrupting. Please pardon me.
Go ahead.
Biko. If you want them there, what the one? So what this thing you said now in my earlier submission, I hinted at something like this. You see, I don't know why the realities of most people, and I will always say what I feel would work for me or what I would do. I always use myself as an example, and if I have to give other examples, I will say of people I know. And I will forever subscribe to the idea of a joint account, especially when two people are
I
working.
didn't hear you.
I will forever subscribe to the idea of a joint account.
Okay.
Especially if the people in the marriage are both working people, if they're both working. Now, the dynamics of it is what they can thrash out between themselves. The reason I subscribe to the joint account is because of this thing my sister Ify just said. No, they chukai for my own. I no go chukai for your own. Once we've sorted out what we use to run the house, whatever else remains for you, brother, if you want to go and use it and spray for stripper, that's your business. If I want to use my own and go and stand on top of a stage in a club and be shouting, yeah, I'm just be spraying it, that is my business. But the one that has to do, because I draw the line where kids are involved. And this is me assuming that in a marriage, kids are involved. When it comes to the kids, anything that has to do with them, we will sort it out first. And the only way to sort it out first for me, without us being in each other's business, is to have a separate account for that alone. So that at the end of the day, once you've put your own, whatever you're supposed to put, be it 10%, be it 1%, be it 2%, once you've put it there, whatever you want to do with the remaining one, it's none of my business. Whatever I want to do with the remaining one, even if the remaining one is like times 100 of what is in the joint account, it is none of your business. That is the way, because sometimes people forget that there are two individuals in a marriage.
Thank you.
This whole thing of two have become one. It's just a farce. Two have not become one.
But can you put this disclaimer? Women, when it comes to money, I just want us to be transparent. When it comes to what Basarego, women are very manipulative. I
exempt myself. That's a very blanket statement.
Hold on. Let me make myself transparent. When I say this is this, and I say that's where money matters. If you come into a situation, because I have a child, you don't have a child, and we meet, you know my finances, I know your finances. If he, for example, I asked her the question, we've ironed all our finances, and I said it's very important. You see people come now, they say finances doesn't matter. It matters, it matters. It's the core of the matter. It matters a lot. And someone will say, if he makes this bracket, I make this thing. I have a child. My paycheck goes, a certain percent goes to child support. If he's this thing, she has no child, or this income, I expect Ify to carry that load of where the percentage of my child support goes to. Ify to fill in that bracket because she has no child. So what is wrong with that? Me expecting that from Ify.
It is, in my opinion, I think it's a very entitled thing to expect of another person. Your child is your child.
Yes.
They shouldn't
Ngo,
have to be my they shouldn't have to be my responsibility unless I willingly take on that responsibility. It is not something you put on me because I am with you. It is something see, at the end of the day, it all boils down to this thing I've said earlier from the beginning. Talk about it. If I had a child and you don't have a child and we're going into a marriage, these are the things we should talk about. See, we've decided that we're going to be putting this amount of money into our joint account. But Bobo, you know I have a child from my previous relationship. And so I might not be able to bring. So what are we going to do about it? If the person tells you I don't care, all I know is bring your own amount,
No,
then you
but
know I have to tell
the
yourself the
question you're not
truth.
asking, if I need you to bring in more, because the more I need to bring in goes to my child support, and you love me, why should you back up? Because I have
Love does not cut
What
it.
is love? What
Ada,
is love, yeah, Adama?
Love does not cut
Why are
it.
you bringing love in this thing?
I'm trying to explain to you that it shouldn't even get to the part where you're already in there. It should not get to that part. It should be from the beginning. This person, you tell this person, okay, I know we agreed to bring this certain amount. I will bring this amount, you bring this amount. This is my paycheck, this is your paycheck, this is what I'm going to do. But I have this responsibility already. So because of this responsibility, I might not be able to bring this. So what are we going to do about it? And the person tells you, oh, I don't fucking care. Sorry, forgive my French. Oh, I don't care. All
That's
I know
okay.
is bring your own
You can say
parts.
that disclaimer.
So somebody that tells you that kind of thing, and you go ahead with your korokoro eye. You go ahead with your korokoro eye and enter a relationship with the person and expect the person to fill in the gap of where your own stops. No, now that is you shooting yourself in the leg now.
But
That
no, but
is you.
I quite not agree with you, because when it comes to our
Okay.
society, if I'm going to like you speak, when it comes to men, we throw everything at our men because in the name of he's in love with you. You are going to university, all of a sudden, your brother that is want to go to America, he will fulfill the bill. He will take all the responsibility. And now I'm saying I'm putting you in the position of you earn more than I do. And I have a child in the relationship. And I'm saying that we agreed on a certain amount going to our joint account for our savings. But I cannot produce that amount because of how much I pay for child support for my child. You don't have a child. Why can't you meet me halfway because
Ada,
you love me?
It is
Ada,
his
Ada,
decision to or
Ada,
not to.
Ada. So
Okay, go
look
ahead,
at it.
Ify.
Look at it. So if you don't meet me, does it mean that you cannot afford to pay your child support?
No, it doesn't mean that I cannot meet to
Okay.
pay my child support.
So
This is what I don't want you
Ada,
telling me. Ify, this is what I don't want you telling me. That I'm falling short and I'm paying for a child that you have nothing to do with.
okay.
And now I feel less of a man because I'm taking care of my responsibility. But at the same time, I want to feel committed to you.
But just like Ngozi said, these are the things that need to be discussed prior to, getting together.
These are the discussions you have now. Communication. You'd have had this discussion before going into this now. You can't now say because you're paying child support, the responsibility in this particular relationship, you will now push down on it because you have.
Start
Sorry.
that discussion prior to, starting that relation. I don't think it would be a problem.
Exactly. And let me even bring it home. I am trying to bring it home. I'm trying to bring it home. There's an example I want to give you. So this is a very personal example. So I'm not going to go into the details. Two people got married. The man has a lot of responsibility from his family. He's like the only person that is really financially stable in his family, and he's got quite a lot of siblings. So the woman, from her own immediate family, she has little to no responsibility. Whatever she chooses to do is out of the goodness of her own heart. Even the same can be said of the guy, but the guy has this savior mentality, or maybe it was the way they were brought up. He believes that because he is doing well, which I do not fault him for, that he has to carry every single member of his family along. He has been doing this before he met this lady. it has been working for him because business has been good. Now, economic crisis, business is not going on so well, and they're already married. And it is important that I point out that before they got married, this lady told you clearly that the kind of home she envisions, the kind of family she envisions, is that of a clear nuclear family.
No, if you're no, hold on, Ngozika, when you say clear, I don't understand. Clear what?
She wants just you, her kids. She wants just you and her children in that house. All this thing we do about carrying your brother will come and stay with us, she does not want it. They can
No, but
come and
she's not
visit
being
at home.
realistic. You're not being.
She
No,
is
Ngozika,
being
I don't like
realistic.
that.
No,
Ngozika,
please.
you're not
No,
being
wait. It is what she wants. You do not have to agree with it, and you do not have to marry her. This is what she wants. She has every right to chase what she wants. She is a person. She's an individual, and she will remain an individual even in that marriage. So you trying to strip her of everything that makes her an individual will backfire. She tells you this is what you want. If it's not what you want, you go. There are more than 2 billion people on this earth. Chances that you'll find the person that wants exactly the same thing you want are very high. You do not have to end up with her. So she tells you all this, and you get into a marriage. Now your business is not, she doesn't even put eye for you. She don't dey put eye for you for your finance. You know you want carry load. Oh, God, they carry load, they go now. But things are
But
not going
Ngozika,
as
this is
they
my
should.
problem. Have our women gotten so comfortable when it comes to finance? Because our men take up that responsibility that they choose to stay naive and not know what goes on in their home finances. I'm just
Let
saying,
me
I'm not saying all women, some of our women.
let me just finish what I was saying. I'll come to that. So you get into it. I'm trying to bring it back to this thing we had good about earlier on about if I had responsibility, I'm not meeting up and I won't be able to contribute. Aren't you supposed to meet me halfway? That is why I'm bringing this story. So you get married now and you are still insisting of carrying responsibilities that have nothing to do with your wife. Now you choose that responsibility yourself. You are the one that decided that you want to be carrying every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Now you decide. She had already told you and you agreed before you got married that she just wants you and her kids. You can help whoever you want to help, but she no wan make people come dey live with her, your family or her family. She doesn't want it, and you agreed. Now into the marriage, next thing you bring your younger brother. He's coming to learn a trade. Aunty push. Everybody's like you sef. What is it? Are you trying to chase your brother? Aunty simmered down, but deep inside her, she was unhappy. That is the thing with human beings. See, if you can force somebody to accept a situation, but they're going to resent you and they're going to resent that situation, and it will pile up and it will blow up in your faces. And this is the problem we keep having. Now you're trying really hard, you're stretching yourself really hard to keep up with these responsibilities you took on by yourself. And you're trying to make your wife understand, you see that I'm carrying a lot of load. Oh, are you now help me? Did she send you message? Did she send you? You are carrying other people and your family is suffering it. And when she talks, you tell her, am I supposed to leave them? Are you supposed to leave them? Aren't they adults? Why should she and her children have to suffer because you want to carry adults on your back? And she told you from the beginning. And now you expect her that whatever she makes, she has to first of all make sure the home is sorted. Even the ones that you people agreed will not be for her to do. She has to do it whenever you can't meet up because you are carrying other people. So these are the issues. You talk about it, and some people just like in this lady's situation, they talked about it and she was clear about it. See what I can do. And you're like, okay, I don't have a problem with it. Let's just go ahead. And now you are trying to force her to do. Yeah, let me just even tie it into this analogy. So let's say they had this kind of conversation. Oh, see, I have a child. I'm paying. The man says, okay, I have a child. I'm paying child for support for my child. So I'm supposed to be bringing let's say 30,000 and well, because of this child support I'm paying, I can't bring in 30,000. So you are going to have to supplement whatever is left of the 5,000. And the lady tells you, no, I can't do that. And you go like, okay, it's not a problem. I still want you. I still want to be with you. And you go into the marriage. And the child support you are paying really starts to stretch you because now you have other responsibility. And you tell her, you say, why are you wicked? Why are you watching me suffer and you can't help me? Are you serious? That's gaslighting at its peak. That is a horrible way to treat somebody you claim you love, because no way in God's name should you put somebody you care about through that kind of thing. It's unfair. I know life happens, I know things change, but there is no way you should deliberately hoodwink somebody into a situation like that because you know that along the line you are going to exploit it. It is not fair. And I've always said this. I think I may be people say I don't reason like the average Nigerian. I don't even know what that means, but I don't care.
I don't
I have
know.
told
I
myself
don't care what
this
that
a
is.
lot of times. I have told
Mhm.
myself a lot of times. I might not get married. The only reason I sometimes seriously consider marriage is because I want a child. And because of the life I envision for myself, I cannot raise a child alone. And I do not want strangers raising my child for me. And let me explain why. I lost my mom early. I was 4 years old when I lost my mom. So I barely know my mom. It taught me something. I grew up with a sense of always being an afterthought whenever my dad was not involved. I do not ever want my child to be an afterthought, to be a second consideration. I want the person I made that child with, all things being equal, to be in the life of that child. And the only way to ensure they are continually in the life of that child is to be married to them. It might sound lofty, it might sound a tad bit unrealistic, but I want you at the end of the day to know, I want to be known that wherever I am, that there is somebody for whom my child is primary responsibility, not secondary responsibility. Not that I'm paying you to make my child a primary responsibility. Biologically, my child is your primary responsibility. I want the assurance of knowing that. So, are you trying to tell me now that having all this thing in mind, I'll wake up tomorrow and then somebody will tell me biological clock, biological this, biological that, and the only
No, no,
other
no.
option I give myself.
No, you
Wait,
can't.
I'm coming somewhere. The only other option I give myself is if I'm going to have to do it alone, I'm going to have to be comfortable enough to live life on my terms so that my child will be well taken care of.
Hmm.
Now that I cannot afford to do that, and I find somebody that is not the kind of hands-on partner I want, and I see this, there's something about character, it doesn't hide. And we're
Mhm.
having conversations about the home and parenting styles and
Mhm.
having a family and raising a child. And the person mentions this kind of thing. And I go into the marriage with them, knowing fully well that I want a hands-on parent for my child. And I deliberately go into a relationship with somebody that has told me in clear terms that all they think about children, what their only consideration with children is provision.
Hmm.
Don't you think I'm shooting myself in the foot? And tomorrow I'll come and
You
tell the person,
are.
I don't like
You
what you
are.
are doing. No, I don't like what you are doing. Why are you living? Is this child not your child? Why are you behaving like that? Is it only me that gave birth? But the person was clear in their mind. They say, all they have to, hey, baby, how are you? Rub the child head and they go. And how much is the child this thing? They will pay and go. They don't know what the child likes. Like they're more or less a providing stranger to the child. And then tomorrow I'll enter a relationship with the I'm like, hey, is this how this is not what I want though? This is not I don't know why you're treating our child like this. It will cause problem, but I knew. So why didn't I avoid it to start with? Why did I have to put myself and the child through all that? When I could have just jejely gone to look for other human beings that are full. Plenty. Human beings plenty for this world. But we just I don't know why we tell ourselves that
Ngozi,
if it
Ngozika, you're touching a segment that we discussed, which is called, we have so much topic coming up. It's called trauma, why people don't discuss trauma before going into a relationship. What are your expectations? Tapa is listening to me, and I know electricity. We've touched on those topics, and I think the truth of the matter is a topic I will say to you. Hold on, is filled
Oh
with
well.
so much
So
that you'll
so
be shocked.
so I think all I'm just trying to say is your percentage that you're bringing into that union as agreed should not have to fall. The responsibility should not have to fall on your partner because they are with you. No. One may maybe now one mother, one mother maybe now one more.
Maybe now one more.
Agreement is
Very true.
agreement.
Uh-huh.
Agreement. If you can't read for settlement, you can't dey no be like that. Agreement is agreement. If you sort your child out, it is now me out of the goodness of my own heart as somebody that loves you and doesn't want to see you stretched. I'll be like, you know what? Don't worry. For whatever you are not able to bring, I'll add up to it. You take care of your business. But coming to twist me and gaslight me into no. It doesn't work like that. Somebody like me that I'm so aware now, we are going to burn before we even start. So that is just
Thank you
that.
so much. I appreciate you, Ngozika. Your input and where it came from. Even when I gave you guys the pushback, you were able to answer and you stayed firm on your answer. I just want to finish with Ify before I go to
Not me
what is this?
and not me and Fatai.
Ada, let me put this right quick before I leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, I'm still bringing my friend because her situation is so complicated, right?
Uh-huh.
Her husband he has 4 kids, 2 adult kids that he didn't tell her about before he married her, and 2 other kids here. This one, the 2 older adults that lives in New Jersey, she found out about 2 years ago. Okay, that's fine. Those ones are grown. These 2 girls, the younger one, I think the other one is 18 now, so they're no longer paying child support.
Okay, before you go further, let me understand something. He got into a relationship when they met, he only disclosed 2.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so and both of them were less than 18 years.
Okay.
And they started paying school fees for the other one to get in college. But she called me. She said, if that's not even the problem. The problem is this girl will come to my house. She will not respect me. Come on to watch dishes. She will not watch. Come on to wash dishes. She will not watch. She will be in the room. Or in fact, sometimes her husband will go and buy food for her, for the girl. Even when I'm telling you, even when she eats, she will not wash the plate. And she called the girl and said, this is not going to house. And this girl went and told her mom. And her mom called my friend and left a voicemail, nasty voicemail. If you see this voicemail, I swear, if it's me, that child will never step into my house again. If it's me that got that voicemail, I'm sorry. That child will never. There is nothing. But even most of the things she said was apparently the guys told the woman. Most of the things the woman said to my friend. I told my friend, I said, don't respond. This is your house. You make the rules. If the girl is not comfortable, let her not come. Let her stay with her mom. I said, you cannot be going to work every day and then paying child support and paying school fees from the money you're working, you're earning. I said, it's not going to happen. You need to sit down and have a conversation with the man you live with. I said, your husband is 20 years older than you. He's almost going into retirement. 38, and he's 58. Right? 58 and you're 58. How many more years is he going to work? Your oldest child is not even up to 7 years. So I said, you have to wisen up. I said, this girl, you're paying school fees. Your husband opened his mouth and told you, I know she will be the one that will take care of him. I said, this thing that I'm seeing will take care of him. At what age? The girl that is beginning life, 58. So, now she was like, enough of that, enough of it. So once they paid all their bills, and the husband tries to take money for that school, she pulls the money out. She said, as you're taking, I'm taking for my 3 sons too.
Correct. That's
I'm paying for,
a
I'm
sharp
taking
woman.
money, I'm investing for my 3 kids. They will go to college too. Since this one will take care of you, these ones will take care of me. Now, I said, if he doesn't like it, tell him to tell his daughter to go get a loan. There is something called student loan, to go get it. You did your master's, you did it with student loan. You did not, both of you did not pay for your master's. So let him tell his daughter to go get a student loan. What am I trying to say? If you didn't marry this girl, would you afford to pay that school fees? No, but you were hoping on the money this woman is making. The lifestyle you are living your lifestyle based on what this woman is making. You don't have money, but you just want to buy another car. The little money you people got from income tax, you want to use it and pay. Your wife told you, do not take that money. You took it and went and make a down payment and took another car for no reason. Just because you want to live a comfortable life. Why? You've been living in this country for over 30-something years, working as a CNO, but you went to Nigeria to marry a nurse and bring the girl over here. Even prior to bringing her here, you told the girl, oh, we will have joint accounts. And then
Lord.
Tell her, oh, I told you we had this discussion before I brought you.
They didn't discuss the dynamics of the joint account. Sorry, they didn't discuss the dynamics of the joint account.
No, that's what my friend, that even when she was back home, that was when he started making it, ringing it as a bell. And you know, when you come here, we're gonna have a joint account. We're gonna have a joint account. So it just, again, it depends on the circumstances. Adama, are you telling me that if this girl, had even this man met this girl in this country, do you think he's gonna be the same? No. Every little thing, I brought you here to give you a good life. Good life. You were living in an apartment when I met you. Look at the car you were driving when I met you. The life you're living now, and I'm giving it to you. So who is giving you a good life? So why would you even tell a woman that you're living with in the same, I'm giving you a good life? I brought you. You don't want any of her family to come. You don't want any of her family to come. So, you know, sometimes we don't know the full story why people act or behave the way they act in their marriage.
So how is she meant to respect that kind of man?
Huh?
How is she meant to respect that kind of man?
You know, this remember I said something here. There was a time we had an extensive conversation, and she told me, for 1 year, no, nothing like Meko.
This is not a POB platform now. Malan Day here.
Something, there is nothing like a copulation. Copulation.
Yeah, there is nothing like that. Everybody's sleeping in a separate room.
Yuck.
This girl is just 38. She's young. And if you see her, you wouldn't even know that, you know, she has had 3 kids. Her body is spam. Do you understand? So sometimes when people behave the way they act in the marriage, the only thing she keeps saying, even the other one, the only reason why I'm still in this marriage is because of this week. If not, I would have gone. I would have gone. She does everything in the house. He said, I have a man in the house, but it's like I don't have one.
Oh, Lord.
I will make arrangement. You will call me to ask me, the day you will stay home with the kids, you will ask me where their clothes are.
Jesus.
You will tell me the AC is not working. What are we going to do? These are the questions the man, you're supposed to be asking your husband.
Madam Ifi, can I ask a question if I'm allowed?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an idea of how long these people knew themselves before they got married?
I don't think okay. The truth of the matter, this is what I call marriage by comfort. You married me because I am a nurse. I married you because you're an American.
But okay. Hold on. If you stay right there. But this is what I don't like we're doing. The lady married this man because she wanted to come to the United States. whether we agree or not.
She's
And the
good.
man wanted to marry a nurse.
No, but
Not
that's the
fair.
case. No, that's the case. Kenji, based on the question, I don't think they know each other that well. But the truth of the matter is that no matter whoever the man marry, let me tell you, it's still gonna be the same. Because
Madam Ifi, you see, it is important. It's really, really important.
Important. It
It's
is.
very. I mean, even if they had met in the United States or in Europe, wherever they live, before you get into a relationship with someone, even if you marry somebody for 30 years, you might not know every nook and corner of their life. But to be able to marry somebody, I would think that it's a process. Maybe a year and a half or 2 years of knowing each other. You go to family functions. At some point, that man is a useless man as far as I'm concerned.
Kenji, let me tell you something. Remember that these people, they live in two different countries.
Yes.
Right? Only this person lives in Nigeria and this person lives here.
No, I agree, and that was why I posed the question the way that I did, because I have to think about all of the different dynamics that brought these two people together. And like Madam,
Can I ask you a question? Kandu, the pushback I have in your question is this: I blame the man, I blame the woman, and why I blame both of them is this. This is my question. She wanted to come to the United States. Forget what age he is and whatever lies he lied. Both of them were lying to each other. The attraction was not there. Let's be honest with that. And that's what I'm trying to say. And we cannot I hate that when we put this blame on men alone. A lot of our women want to come to the United States without even knowing the background. Even if he has 10 children, they want to come to the United States.
I totally agree with you. And Kenji, I know where you're coming from. But that's what I'm saying. Okay, look at what is happening in Nigeria now, right? With the way the country is going, and you see somebody that is, let's say in the medical field, a nurse, a doctor, a pharmacist, or anybody, and somebody from here travels all the way to Nigeria, you meet the person, you start loving the person before you know what is happening. Because if you are here, you send money back home, you think that's the way it is. Until you come over here, then that's when you know how people make that money. The person might not even be making that much, but the person is struggling, to make you comfortable. And then when you come here, you see that it's not the same thing. After paying the bills, nothing is left.
Absolutely. I agree. And I'm not, like I said, that man in my book, that man is a useless man. Nobody's entitled. You're not entitled to a college education.
But can do not only
and I support he's so useless.
No,
yeah,
you know
why I'm
laughing. Can you let me tell you? Let me tell you something. Let me shock you people. Another thing. Just went home for the girl's father's funeral, right? And she called me. She said, we had a very big problem back home. I said, what happened? She said, we went home for my father's funeral. We got about $5,000 back from IRS, And guess what? My husband took it. Under 2 weeks, he came to my village to ask me for money. Under 2 weeks. I said, wait a minute. 5,000K under 2 weeks. Yes. Why? Oh, that he called security mobile police. To do what?
Jesus, I love you.
For what?
Yeah, but you see, again, it's like Adama said, I have a sister who is worth some millions of dollars. She has never bought a new car. She will tell you, what do I need it for?
Okay.
But the young woman, she get money very well. So you say something about this useless man buying another car.
Mm-hmm.
Where does your priority lie?
Let me show.
And again, I'm not saying that this woman inherently did something wrong, but even to be in a situation where you don't even know that this man has other children, be they grown or not. Well, all I'm saying is, if these people, and I understand He wasn't. She was in Nigeria, or if it had been the other way around, he was in Nigeria and she was here. But what I'm saying is, when you don't take the time, maybe because of your situation, the condition that makes the fish bend, or whatever it is, some of these dynamics can be in place. And again, we have a lot of Nigerian people. Well, not I don't some that go to Nigeria. I don't even understand the issue. What how you flex on people. Yeah, I don't even understand because you can't flex on me. Nobody you did. If Nigeria I get, I go drink. I don't need anything from you. So when people don't have a mindset of being content. I mean, I don't care how many cars you get. I don't care how many houses you get. You no consign me with what you get. I no go even see them, honestly, because I'm content within myself. Whatever I have is more than enough for me. So, and I understand that it's not everybody that is like that. But if it's a woman trying to go and marry a guy, if it's a guy going to go and marry a woman, you should at least at the very, very, bottom basic, try to understand who this person is. Try go out with them, see how they treat a waiter at a restaurant. See how they conduct themselves. That when you are among people that are quote unquote not on their level. Me, I know it will even call you again. That will be the last day you hear from me or you ever see me. I'm done.
The only offense my friend committed was just to say that she married this guy. Again, because she don't know people's circumstances, when they go into marriage. Do you understand? I totally understand. And I don't want to judge her and I don't want to fault her because I don't know the upbringing. She grew up in a family of 8. She's the one literally, yes, she's the one literally carrying her family. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
absolutely,
yes.
I do. I'm not faulting her. Yeah, this is not a blaming game. I'm just saying that, unfortunately, she did not get to understand who this person is, and from the little that you've said about him, number one, what is you having some adult children? How is that going to dissuade somebody to be with you or not be with you? And if they don't want to be with you, like Ngozi said, there are at least 2 billion women that are over 18. Go find another one. It's not by fault, but this person, it sounds like they were dubious from the very outset.
Yeah.
They were looking for a nurse or doctor or whoever that they can bring here that's going to come and support their fake life. It's living a fake life.
You see, let me break your heart one more time.
You can't.
No, calm down. Let me break your heart one more time. When they were trying to buy a house, and she called me, she said, "You're trying to buy a house. I think I'm gonna go pull some money out of my 401k. But if I put some money to make down payment, I'm gonna need more money, to put to that. Can you give me some money?" I said, "How much?" She said, 7K. With her husband, both of them were driving. I said, "Sure." As they were talking, I wired, I think I made that payment twice because he won't let me to make it once, right? I wired the money to her. When she was telling me, when we were talking about the money, she said, my husband was there when I called you to make that request for the money. My husband was shocked that somebody can give somebody that, that amount of money. But look at the stupid man, like he said. When you got your money, income tax, the first thing you should have done, right? You just pay me that money. Instead, you ran to go make a down payment and to take the latest, what is it called? Nissan, what is this car? Nissan, oh God. Anyway, the latest Nissan, that was about 2-3 years ago. And this girl continued to pay this money instrumentally and paid it in pieces to me. The man never asked, not even for one day. Did you pay for my
You see, those who think that I'm calling, calling the man useless.
So that's
Some
why.
people are just, some people are just, I mean, again, you said something earlier that your relationship with money is and even though I don't know you, I hear even what people don't say, not just what they say. And in a way, I think I kind of understand the dynamics of who you are when it comes to certain things, just from listening to you for a year and 4 months on this panel. I know you've been in exile for quite a while, but it's okay. But again, there are a lot of people that like to live a fake life. They don't have a life insurance policy to protect their family.
Stop it right there.
You're not even protecting your wife, your
Stop it
family.
right there.
If something happens.
You're talking about life insurance. Let me break your heart one more time.
Oh Lord, not again.
How many times in one night? In one night, how many times you go break my
Let me
heart?
break your heart one more time. So, this my friend, she's a nurse, and then she has another side also, that she's doing. And the other day I came
Okay.
to-
If before you go into that, please, don't go. Can you round up? I want to bring Mr. Fatai in.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me say something right quick because I'm going to sleep.
Okay,
So,
go ahead. Finish
Yeah.
up.
So she, we met on the floor. She said, "Hi, Ify, I'm coming. I want you to have this life insurance, blah, 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 blah." She was trying to explain it to me. I said, "Please, carry go. I thought we have talked about this thing before, and this is what I said." She said, "Oh, you can do a lower premium." She was trying to make me to buy that insurance. And then, because she's a case manager now, she said, "You need to come and see the case I just handled. I keep telling people, buy insurance, buy insurance." And she said something to me. "My husband is relying on my insurance, Ify. This is a man that has never worked a full-time job for 30-something years in this country."
That one go kill him.
30-something years can do. I told you I'm going to break your heart tonight in this country. You are relying on this woman. He said, "If anything happens to this man at 58, I am in trouble. But thank God I've been taking care of my side." Meaning, she has been saving up money. And that is the same money the husband wants her to bring 100%. She said, "I'm not going to bring it." And that's why I'm telling everybody, have life insurance. Have life, even if 100,000, even if 50,000. Have life insurance.
Absolutely. Again, for anyone that is listening, look at Universal Life Insurance Policy. Is the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
Not only will it help you while you're alive, it will help, whoever whoever you can, if you like, donate it to the Dog Society. If you like, donate it to whoever you like. But it's there.
Kandu, I support what you're saying, and this program was created to keep our people informed, and let's discuss matter that affect us here in the diaspora. And one of those things that we don't talk about, we frown upon, is life insurance, is benefits. Even we have insurance that takes care of. There's one I have at work. It's called AFLAG. When you get sick, I remember when I had my surgery, I was out for 3 years. All my bills were covered. Even though I was able to pay everything, all my bills were covered for the 3 years I was gone, and all my benefits. So the point I'm trying to make is, let's be realistic. Plan your life, because things we do not foresee would happen is called life. And at the end of the day, be realistic in whatever situation you're going to embark on. But like I said, it stands on this thing. Cut your coat according to your side. Stop keeping up with who is not keeping up with you. If you know you can afford something, stop looking at it. It's not about Adama. You don't need to like Adama. At the end of the day, if that thing hits you, Adama is where she is. Adama will be okay. So you need to worry about yourself, not Adama. So you don't need to believe what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, cut your coat according to your size. I'm going to ask, if not now, are you there before I come to Fatai? Because if not now, is here. If not now, are you there? Can you unmute so I can know you're there? If not now, are you
Still
there?
not there. It's still not there. Let's
Okay,
Fatai.
Mr. Fatai, can you please unmute and you're next?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome to the show. And
Hello.
I want to tell, can I know where you're coming in from? Are you in the diaspora or are you coming in from Nigeria?
Hello. Yeah, I'm in the diaspora.
Okay.
Nigeria.
Hi, Fatai.
Hello, Tokwe Ho.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you understand what you were saying before you contribute? I just want to make sure you understand the topic we're discussing. If you need me to explain, I will explain. If not, you have the floor.
It's all right. No, I'm not really saying much.
Okay, go ahead.
So I wanted to say hello to Tokwe Ho, Yalo the General. So. Cool. Adama, hello everybody.
Nice to meet you, Fatai. Thank you so much. I'm so honored for you coming into our show. Thank you. I'm so honored. Thank you.
Well, nice to meet you here. I think we met before.
Yes, I have. I have met you before at One Man. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I heard the topics. Generally, I'm retired from public commentary. But I wanted to come and say hello, so that's why I came around. But I mean, since I'm already here, I just run just few minutes. I think that the issue of respect, I think, to the main topic. Well, I always believe that if somebody understands, if somebody understands oneself, I mean, respect is a matter of respect yourself. If you know how to respect yourself, you will have a sense of respecting other people. So it applies to general people, and it's especially very important to family issues. I don't think I am very, very qualified to talk about family issues, but
Why do you say you're not qualified? When you say talk about family, what makes you think you're not qualified? You were raised by a
I'm not.
family.
Okay. Let me just say,
Yeah, you've been in a relationship, like you've had someone you fell in love with. You guys have disagreements in terms of what she expected of you, you expected of her. That's what the show is all about. It doesn't cater necessarily on marriage. We cater built on relationship, dating someone. Let's say you're in the diaspora, you want to bring a wife from the diaspora here where you are. So we cater to everybody. So I don't want you to think that this channel caters only to people who are married. No, we cater to everybody.
Okay, I see that as a general comment to start with. So I think that these issues, it's different opinions. So I don't generally take strong opinion on things that are general arguments. I like to not to get in generally like not to get involved in argument that I don't keep it in one corner. So that's what I mean.
Okay, so Fatai, let me understand what you're saying. Now, let me understand. Now, the question I have for you is now, Fatai, be given by your name, I know you're Muslim. Am I right?
Not really.
Okay, so I may be wrong. Okay, I'm glad you corrected me. So now the question is, if you are here in the diaspora, if you were to be in a relationship and God forbid something happened to either one of you, and you don't have the finances and your wishes was, oh, take my body home back to my parents, my siblings back in Nigeria, and you don't have the finances, how will you communicate that to her, given that you don't have the finances? That's the question I'm posing to you.
Are you talking about afterlife stuff?
Yes,
I
yes,
think that's what you were
yes.
talking about.
If she passed away, God forbid, if either one of you were not there tomorrow, and or one of her last wishes was, or one of your last wishes was, take me back home to Nigeria, how are you going to finance taking her body back home, given that both of you don't have the finances?
Go fund me now. Go fund me.
Ada, can I say something? Fatai, a question, right?
Yeah.
See,
Go fund me. Go fund me now.
Fatai, question. Let me say something right quick
Hello,
before I leave
yeah.
final. Hi. Ada, this has
Nice
been
to
a
meet you.
problem going on, especially among our Nigerians, right?
Yes,
But this
yes,
is
I
what I
know.
tell
That's why I
people.
came up with it.
Yeah, but this is what I tell people. I lost a brother in somewhere. We sent him home. My father was on his way to India. He died in Dubai. We sent him home. That wasn't joke. It was no joke at all. It cost a lot of money. So if you want to be buried back home or anywhere, if you want to be buried in China, if you want to be buried in Japan, make sure you have the money. You cannot have no money and tell people, to contribute for your body to be sent back home. Do you know how much that costs? Do you know how much that costs, Ada? Just to send the body back home. You can't get it anything less than 18,000.
Yeah, so that I wanted to say that it's more
Can
than like
can I
10,000.
bring
So
another
if
angle to
if
this
you want to have,
bringing cops home?
yeah,
What if the person? What if because early this year, my friend had to bring back his brother's corpse from what is this country? There's this South Middle Eastern country. The guy had gone there to study and died. So, is it the same scenario? Are you saying that if this person went to study or went on a trip or for whatever reason, let's remove the fact that they were living there. Let's say the person, okay, they were living there, but death happened. If they weren't supposed to be there permanently. They were supposed to be there for a while and come back home. And
It's the same.
unfortunately, before they come
It's the
back home,
same thing.
death happens.
Ngozi,
So
it's the
what
same thing.
what
It's the same thing. Oh.
you're saying the family should abandon the corpse there?
The money is going to be hard though to raise. It's the same amount, and it's even
God,
going to
if
be
you have
worse.
money, fine. If you cannot raise money, so what are you gonna do? Are you gonna borrow money to? Do you know how much it costs to bring cops back home?
I know how much it costs. I know how much it costs. It costs him an arm and a leg. But there was nobody in that country.
Wait,
And the school,
wait,
the school.
Miss Ngozika, what do you mean by abandon? Abandon what? You do not request something you cannot afford to pay for. Who is supposed to pay for that? People have their children's college fund to cater for. They have their own
That is what
retirement
I'm
to cater
saying.
for.
His
What is
family.
this issue of if you what you cannot afford, you are not entitled to?
He is dead. He did see.
What about
The
so
person is
what?
dead.
You're dead. They bury you wherever you die.
Ngozi, do you know some
see,
people go for Hajj
and die there,
there,
right?
and they bury them. I know
Very
someone in
good.
Nigeria years ago. Someone's father, well known in Nigeria, Yoruba Muslim. He went for Hajj and he died during that Hajj. His body is in. They buried him there. The children don't have access to their father's grave or anything because he was buried.
In the beginning when I spoke when I spoke about this topic earlier, I said this thing is not it's not set in stone. If it is there, do it. If it is not there, leave it. But I brought in this angle because all this while we've been talking about people who are living there, working there, and made no plans for this. Now I'm bringing another dimension that somebody went on a business trip, for instance, or went for a study. He was supposed to do this and come back home. But before he came back home, that happened. Mind you, there is no family there. In this guy's case, it was the school. It was the school. that got his corpse together and a few of his items and sent
But
it to Nigeria.
because you said, are they supposed to abandon?
That is what I'm saying. Are you saying the family should have left the corpse there? For who to
Yes,
deal
they
with it?
should. That corpse
For who
is
to deal
dead.
with it? For who?
That for what? Feed it to vultures. Is a piece of meat.
See,
Feed it to vultures.
that is the thing.
It's a piece of meat. Whether you cremate the body, do you know what happens when somebody is buried? Whether you use golden casket or you use whatever casket, after 7 days, the body swells up and then it bursts.
I'm not even talking in terms. The reason it seems I have a very
What's the
varied
big deal?
opinion on this. It's not even about the body.
And the sentiment.
I don't even see it from the physical angle. You're not just bringing back the body. This is about closure.
Okay, Ngozi, I'm kind of confused. Ngozi, I'm kind of confused. You went on a trip and you passed on that trip in another country. So
Yes.
you're expecting, let me ask you, that's why I'm saying this. Before you travel, there's something called benefit. Those are things that, listen, Ngozi, if the government of that country, I don't know how, your question is right, but what Kandu is saying is this. Who are you leaving that responsibility of bringing that body home to? If the family cannot afford it.
His family. I said if his family can afford it, why will anybody not be against them bringing it back? If
No,
they can afford it.
you see,
I
hate people going on whatever GoFundMe.
God bless you,
Go and
Kandu.
do
I'm the
any
same
foolish
way.
thing.
Papa is talking about sentiment.
Any
Sentiment
foolish
I
thing,
said it
whether
from
it
the
is burying
beginning
somebody
that
or
if the money
look,
is
if you
there,
want to get married, if you don't have money, go to the courthouse.
Don't get
I
married.
have done it. Go to the courthouse, pay $100 or $75.
And give your
Shikena, you are
marriage
married.
certificates.
You are married. When you get money in the future, go and spend $1 billion to have a party. Don't come and go for any rubbish. That's rubbish. That's having an entitlement mentality.
Yes,
Now,
I said
you
this
know,
from the
I
beginning. I
I don't
said
like
this
it
from the
from-
beginning. That
No, Ngozi, listen,
I
Ngozi,
said
let's
this
be
from the
realistic. Ngozi, it goes
No, I
back
said
to the
this from the
government.
beginning. Please understand where I'm coming from. I said this from the beginning. That is not that deep. If the person for whom, if the bereaved can afford it, if the family left behind can afford it and they want to, fine.
No, but Ngozi, I'm asking the question. We want to address those that can't afford it.
And the reason I voted in Ngozi,
If they
you
can't,
said are they supposed to abandon? You said are they supposed to abandon?
Abandon the corpse there. Yes, I asked that question. Here is why I asked it, because for me, it is not the corpse that they are abandoning. This is, I don't know for any other person. Till date, I have not had closure over my dad's death. Till date, it's been 14 years since my dad died. I did not get closure. You know why? My dad was sick for over a year. I spoke to him on the phone just once. He sounded so strong that it was after he had died that I got the full picture of how sick he was. He passed and I could not come home for burial. I was just a child. The circumstances were beyond me. My guardian did not bring me home for my dad's burial. It tore me apart. I never got closure. I have to remind myself every single day that there's nothing I could have done. You're telling me that families are just supposed to move on from, oh, he went and he's coming back without a chance. If you don't have money, you have to go
sympathize and empathize with
what I am saying is, if the money
dad.
is not there, fine. What I'm saying, I don't know. You said you have a thing against GoFundMe. That is fine, but you don't have to give them.
No. The mentality.
Yeah,
let
it
me
is
let me
not
tell
in
let me tell let me
reality.
let
This
me
is
tell
not.
you let me tell you
The
let me
person
tell let
asking
me
you, the person
let me
asking
tell
you for
you
a
a personal
GoFundMe to
story.
bring back a pulse might
Let me
never
tell
have
you a
asked for a
let
cup
me
of water.
Kandu,
let me
can you
tell you
wait
a
for a
personal.
second? Can you wait for a second? Ngozi, let me understand your question so that we all know where you're coming from. Are you saying that you have a problem that we feel that some of our people have this mentality of entitled mentality? That's the question we're posing to you. We're not saying that we don't donate to
There's
all these
nothing entitled about everything I've been saying. There is nothing. Remember my first statement. If it can be done, don't just do it.
Okay, yes,
That
that's
was
the
the
point
first
I'm
thing I
going to.
said,
The
though. If
conversation
it
we're
can be
having,
done,
you're getting it wrong. The conversation we're having is this: we're talking about people who can afford it, who cannot be
and I'm
done.
asking, what if those people who cannot afford it? Because the context you were coming from, if I'm not wrong, was that okay, somebody that is here did not plan their life, did not make any plans, do not have insurance, and then they die, and they expect people around them to fulfill their last wishes of going back, taking them back to their home country. That was the context you gave. Then,
Yes.
as the conversation progressed, and I brought another context. What if the person did not was not living there? Yeah, he went, let's say, a business trip, and before he was supposed to do the business trip and come back, but before he could finish, that happened. That happened.
Madam, please, Madam Ngozi, the scenario you just gave, what do you think should be done?
Yeah, good question. Good question. In my
What
opinion,
I
let
think
me tell
should
you
be
my
done
opinion.
is
If
for the
you did
sake
not
of
plan, this
closure.
is my opinion, so that Ngozi can speak. If you
My what I think should be done is for the sake of closure, for the sake of those that the person left behind. If they can afford to do it, fine. If they can't afford to do it, but they can find ways to do it for their own sake so that they can move on from that,
No,
fine.
I'm not
It
getting.
is
But how they afford? Like, how would they afford? Like that's the part I'm getting confused. They can't afford to do it, and you're
Mhm.
saying if they can afford to do it, that's the
If they can find ways. Listen,
Like
okay.
what?
Find ways in what
GoFundMe?
way?
What
They
way?
can't afford it.
GoFundMe? What is
the
the
only
way?
thing you people
What is the
know.
way they can't afford it?
Adama, do you mind if because I might go to sleep soon? I've been trying not to sleep
No,
all
go ahead. Go
along.
ahead, Fatai. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. It's fine. With regard to this particular stuff, so I think you asked that question, and I said, so you put that picture, yeah, and I said GoFundMe. Okay. On the number one, that was said in jest on the one hand, but on the other hand, there is nothing. I mean, somebody has to understand the concept. GoFundMe on Google, it's a business company, whatever it is. Life is lived within community. Especially if you live abroad
Exactly.
and you have family and you have friends, even as African people, a lot of things is done within community. That is a form of GoFundMe. So there's nothing wrong with GoFundMe. It's not that there's anything wrong with GoFundMe. It's all about relationship. It's all about sense of community. I have friends where I am. If something happens to me, or if something not okay, take me out. If something happens to them, if I feel I contribute to people, and if something happens to me, they contribute to me. If I have a family and my children or whatever, and as you said, there's no pre-planned stuff there. I mean, I have good enough friends that will help my children to I mean, because I think it was Ngozika that was talking about closure. The human, yeah, it's called everything. A lot of things about afterlife is cultural. Things mean different things to different people. Other people value, you know, the human more than the other, either because of culture, either because of religion. For example, like somebody talked about people go to Hajj to Mecca and they die there. Okay, Adama's question. My name is because I mixed religion. My marriage. My dad was a Muslim. My mom was a Christian, and I was always with my mom to the church. But I mean, I love my both parents. I mean, I don't generally like to talk about religion because it didn't matter to me either way growing up. So I had very loving parents. So it doesn't really matter. I did what I wanted to do. They let me to be myself, and so it doesn't really, it's not a big deal in my life, and so it doesn't really matter to me that much. It's the name everybody calls me, so, and that's fine. From that angle, I know that if actually some people even love to die in Mecca. I don't know, they have the religious belief that if they die in Mecca, it means they go to heaven straight. So to die and be buried in Mecca, sometimes some people, as a religious stuff, maybe some people like it, if it's allowed, if it's possible to be buried there. But these are sides, these are by the side. But the important thing is, if somebody dies and they have no pre-planned stuff and they have no capacity, what is the problem with GoFundMe? It's not entitlement. Entitlement is different from people who have no ability. If people have no ability, and it's not even the person, the responsibility is to the people around. So if the people around who's going to take care of the body don't have the capacity, it's not an entitlement. If they are with their close people, it's close people, maybe close relatives. Somebody is abroad with their close relatives. So if the cousins put up money to send the body back home, if that is the cultural right, so that's a form of GoFundMe. It doesn't have to be GoFundMe on Google, so that's the serious part of the GoFundMe. But I just said that in jest, so it's not really a point of debate. So I think that I agree I go along more with Ngozika's argument that sometimes life is about closure. You want to, a lot of people attach a lot of attachment to going to pay their respect, maybe yearly, to the burial ground of their parents. It's been part of humanity from time immemorial to bury people and have their burial ground somewhere. And there's a heart-to-heart feeling to go. It's a moment of emotional to let out or whatever it is, pay respect, emotional connection, have a lot of life is not lived like strict. Oh no, I am a man, I'm macho. Life is lived on the soft side as well a lot of times. So you want to achieve closure, you want to achieve you want to feel your people as close as possible, even though you can't have the physical feeling, but at least knowing that this person was here, I pass around here, it brings me memory, or I get some connection. That is the closest you could get. Like
okay, but Fatai, this is a question you're not answering that I want you to answer. Do you care? This is me. Okay, if you ask Adama, do you care where you're buried if you die today? I don't care, because I am of the science. That's just me, because of how I look at life in perspective. Do you care where you're buried?
That's what I answered. It's cultural. It's cultural. It's religious. It's personal. Okay, some people don't care, but it doesn't mean that there's not anything wrong. I mean, I don't even know it. Okay, definitely there's nothing wrong with to care about it, because it's humanity has always done it in almost every culture. They do even the people that cremate their bodies. Some family, they cremate their body and they put the ashes like a necklace, and they wear they wear it on their necklace. It's the closest. The point is that it's the closest you can get to the physical person. I mean, you would take anything.
No, I'm confused. What physical person are you talking about?
Your loved one, your family, your wife, your mother, your family.
And that's what I'm saying. If all those people are here with you in the diaspora, your family, your daughters, everybody, but your extended family are in Nigeria. So which one matters? And you know, financially, just like Ngozi throughout, I know where Ngozi was coming at. Someone that doesn't
No,
have.
you don't. I'm waiting for Mr. Fatai to finish so that I can just round off and then go to sleep. This is past 4 a.m.
Yeah. So yeah,
So
no,
Fatai, go ahead, round up. Thank you.
no, yeah. No, that's what I meant. Like it's personal. It's personal. There is no specific answer to that. You know, I cherish things differently from other people. Other people cherish things differently from me. So it's personal decision. If it's who a person is. You know, it's who a person is, and if there is no resources to do it, I don't think it's a form of entitlement to ask for. A form of entitlement is if I want to do something for me, I don't go to get a job to do it. Yeah, but if there is an issue on ground that needs to be resolved, I mean, if there are people around that can help out, I don't see that as a form of entitlement. If you have close friends or family around you abroad that could, if it matters to the dead that much to be back in maybe in their ancestral home, I don't think there's nothing wrong to give a hand or to ask for a hand. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Thank you so
think
much. I really
yeah,
appreciate it.
that's how I feel about it.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Fatai.
you.
I really appreciate you coming in. I want to take Ngozika because she's joining us all
May
the way
I,
from Nigeria.
Thank you. Good
may
night,
I
everybody.
address Ngozika before she
Please,
goes, please?
you
Ngozika.
can time me so that I'll just quickly. You can give me the time you
Oh,
want so that.
Ngozika, I'm giving
Yeah.
you the floor because my sis, I want to
Talk my
appreciate you.
horse.
Thank you
Talk my
so much.
horse.
Yeah, go
May
ahead,
I,
Fatai.
may
Bye,
I
Fatai.
ask,
Thank you so
What
may
much.
I
about
ask
Fatai, thank you so
Ngozika?
much for joining us. I'm
Bye.
honored. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No
No,
problem.
I'm not
Thank
sure
you.
if you
Thank you.
can hear
Thank you.
me.
Thank you.
Can you hear me,
All
please?
right, yeah, electricity, hold on. I'm going to give it over to
Please let
Ngozika.
Pastor to talk before Ngozi
No, I
to
just want to
talk.
address Ngozika.
Okay,
Just,
hold on,
just for
electricity.
30
Before you
seconds.
address her, please, before she goes, I just
I'm
want to thank her. Ngozika has been with us for going on how many hours? Ngozi, thank you. I
Ngozi, thank you
appreciate
so
you,
much.
sis. And last week
Thank
you
you.
were here with us, and I just want to take our time to address you. I really do appreciate your inputs, and don't think I take you for granted. I really do appreciate you.
No, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure being here.
Okay? Chukwu
Thank you.
gozie get and dị okay?
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you so much.
electricity,
Ogozie
over to
you
you.
too.
Please don't hold her for
Yeah.
too long. She needs to go
No,
to
no, I
sleep.
won't. It's just my own suggestion to Ngozika in respect to closure. Uh, I speak from experience. I think you should seek an expert or see an expert. You need to bring the closure to that because at the end of the day, it's not good for you. It's not good for your mental. It's not good for everybody around you. You need to bring a closure to that unfortunate passing of your dad. So I strongly advise that you seek an expert to help you walk you through. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Electricity. So, before I say what I want to say, let me just say this. I don't know for I was about to open Google and define this thing, but just going to do it anyway. When the number of times I've heard entitlement this night has had me rethinking what exactly is entitlement. Entitlement is simply expecting somebody to do something for you. Whether or not you deserve it, they want to, all those ones are nonsense. But bottom line, entitlement is expecting somebody, hoping that somebody will do something for you. Whether you can do it for yourself or not, that is beside the point, but you're expecting somebody else to do it. So let's be careful how we throw this word around because once you are dead, you expect to be buried or you expect an animal to eat you. That in its own is entitlement. So let's just be clear on that. So I'm going to round off by saying this. Mụnwa bụ Ngọzika, me Ngọzika, if I lost anyone that is close, and this is not trauma speaking, if I lost anyone that is close to me, whether or not they made the plan so, or whether or not they did not make plan, and I can afford to, I'm going to give the person their last wish. If I cannot afford to, they did not ask me to run around. I'm going to run around and do everything possible to give them their last wish. Not
God
for
will
their
bless
sake,
you,
for my
Ngosika.
sake.
God will
Then
bless you.
I'm going to run around. This guy I mentioned earlier, do you think his brother would have cared if they left his corpse there? Do you think anybody would have cared if his corpse was given to lab students for experiments or not? His mother that waved him goodbye at the airport was expecting her son back. She needed at least, it was still like a mirage to her that this boy is dead. And you are telling me that in that case, the family should not do everything possible to make sure that at least they touch grass. Say they see and say true, he don't die. But at least we know he's now resting. Well, I can't speak for any other person, no, but me, if you are close to me and you meant that much to me when you were alive, you do insurance, so you did not do insurance, that is your problem. You are now dead, it is no longer your problem. That me that is now alive, that you've left with the problem, and you meant that much to me when you were alive, I'm going to move heavens and earth to give myself closure and give you your parting wish. And on this insurance issue, I think it's not just Nigerians abroad. I've said this on the issue so many times. Nigerians do not, they feel it's cheating. They feel it's cheating to pay anything insurance. They feel like, this person won't, how many times I said he's sick in a year? Anytime I tell people that I pay insurance, they look at me as if I'm crazy. The same way they look at me when I tell them I go hiking. It's alien to us. I tell somebody I'm going hiking and I might camp on the hill. They look at me, are you crazy? I'm like, this is the place I derive joy from. I am paying insurance. I went from paying 3,500 every month for my insurance to paying 8,001, over 100% increase. It pinched my pocket, but I knew the benefit. Most Nigerians know, but they don't care. To them, it is waste of money. How you go to pay people every month? If they sick every month, everything they go ask you. It's a concept that is alien to us. And it takes time. It takes time for people to outgrow this kind of mentality. Imagine person from Nigeria wey get this kind of mentality, come go Igbo land. They tell us say me buy 100,000 US dollars insurance. You go dey look, you say which kind play be this one. But last year when I fell ill, all I needed, because I was okay, then all of a sudden I wasn't okay anymore. I live alone. I went on my WhatsApp. I have a group where me and my friends, we exchange message. I just dropped a message. I'm not feeling well. So they were like, what is it? Are you okay? I didn't even bother my family. Then the next one said, you know what? Let me call my taxi guy. They know where I live. They sent the taxi guy. I struggled to go downstairs. I live on the first floor. I got into the taxi. That was it. The only money I spent for the 3 days I was in that hospital was 700 naira. From my feeding to my admission to every single drug, my injection, everything was covered by the insurance. But Nigerians are not used to it. They and you can't entirely blame it on their mentality, the economic realities. You know, you can take a dog, you can take a pig out of a debt, but you can't take the debt out of the pig. When they go there, so imagine an average Nigerian that has been reasoning this way for 35 years and goes to America, has just spent like 5 years in America. I tell the person, come and pay 100,000 US dollars for insurance. You know, like you say, I've been a craze. So I don't know how that ties into, but I just wanted to use myself and explain the concept of entitlement and what I would not, I'm not saying any other person should do it, what I would do if I lost a loved one and for whatever reason they did not plan for it. This is what Ngozi will do. I'll make sure I do everything possible to give them their last wish and myself closure. Now, though, I go sleep.
No, Ngozi, before you leave, let me say something to you. Okay? I really appreciate your mindset. I really, really appreciate your mindset. Now, it goes a long way to tell me that I have somebody who is reliable, who is going to fight for me. Okay? You know, when we talk about burying somebody overseas, one thing that really scares me, I don't know if any of you know that when you are buried overseas, after some years, they will go and pack your bone into a nylon and throw it into the trash.
Huh?
Yeah.
As in,
You didn't know that?
how? As in they go back and dig or what? I don't get
Yes.
Mazi,
Yes,
Mazi,
your
Mazi, Mazi,
yes,
Mazi, please,
there's
Mazi,
you. I think it's between 15 years. Yes.
Mazi, or anyone else. Before we start making a generalization, that is not what happens. That is not the norm. Don't let us take a,
I'm telling you, after some years.
Hold on. I've been in this country for almost 40 years. I've seen a number of cemeteries. I'm not saying that what you're saying has never happened, but don't let us make that as what is done. That's not it. I mean, Ms. Ngozika, I understood what you were saying. I understood it. The only point that I wanted to understand was what you said. Are they supposed to abandon? But I
And that
understood
is
the whole.
what I'm saying.
And I understood. I
You
totally
missed
understood
the
your
point. I don't know how it came across to you, but I know you mentioned that is what you wanted us understand, and that is why I used myself as an example. That putting myself in that guy's shoe, am I supposed to abandon my brother that went to study and died overseas because he did not have an insurance?
And all I'm
No,
saying is
can't do that.
I understood what you were trying to say. I totally get it. But unfortunately, me personally, I don't do sentiments of any kind. I'm not a sentimental person. I'm not a hopeful person. I deal with reality. Reality. Like I said, me personally, I've told people in my family, I know they're not going to agree. When I die, freeze up the body, feed it to lions or tigers
That
or
is
whatever.
you
It's
being
just meat.
entitled now.
It's
What you
just
should
meat.
you
For
are being
me. For
entitled
me.
now.
For
You are
me.
being entitled. They're expecting
What do
them
you
to
what
go
do
and
you
start carrying
what
your
do you
body and
no
feeding it to
no
animals.
don't worry. I'll pay somebody else. Don't worry. I'll pay some people. I
So the
don't
fact that
have
you
any
pay the person, you're
entitlement.
no longer entitled to the person's labor of carrying your body to go
What
and
do you
feed.
mean? They don't have to do the job. It's a job. What do you mean by entitled? You see, this is my situation. I'm not talking about GoFundMe. Anybody can go and do GoFundMe, whatever. But you see, this is the problem that I have in my own life. When some people are doing the things they're supposed to do, you have other people who don't do the things that they're supposed to do. When me, I go and rent a 2-bedroom apartment because for all the other things that I have to do in my life, I manage myself in my corner, JJ. Then my brother or my sister, we want to live a flamboyant life. Go and buy $100,000 car. Whereas me, I'm driving a $10,000 car, used ones that I can afford. And then when something happens, now that person now, that my brother or that my sister, now expect me where they manage, I know my condition, and they manage my own self, JJ. They do pass yourself. When katakata come bust, because we'll be family now, me, I'm supposed to come and break a leg. We are not talking about people that couldn't afford it. I'm not talking about Mama Yabo that's selling vegetable at Oyinbo market. I'm talking about especially people in this America, Nigerians, like the one if he was mentioning, people like that will
Thank
not
you.
cut their
Speak,
own coat
I
according
know
to
the
their
people you're
size.
speaking about.
Those are the type of people I'm talking about.
Yep.
Anything can happen to anybody. Incident, accident, just like you said, you went on a hike. Things can happen. But if Nigerians or South Africans or people from Finland, though, if their culture, their mindset is, oh, why should I go and pay for insurance? Then why should I come and help to pay for you? You think, say me, I don't know how to drink. I don't know how to drink burukutu very well, but I have responsibilities. That's why. So anybody can do. At the end of the day, it's not even can do. People are going to do what they're going to do. But we should not for the most part, put our own burden on other people.
Other people.
On
The
other
person
people.
is dead. They don't know anything about anything. If you leave them to stress, they will just depend on them.
You
They
are
don't
alive.
know.
You are alive. You pay 8,000 every month. Nobody say you don't get any other thing to take 8,000 do. Why they no get sense like you?
But they are dead now. Their sense is of no use to them.
No, before they die. Before they die.
I am the one feeling everything.
No, before they die. Before they die.
United States. I'm
In-
going for the United States. You
In
have a
Nigeria,
life
my father is in Nigeria. He has life insurance in Nigeria. In Nigeria.
I hear you.
Mandu, that's not common, no.
I know it's not common. I know it's not common. I hear you.
I hear you when you say that. I understand where you people are coming from. Yeah, I know they craze. They pay 8,001 every month for. I know they craze.
Okay, but do you understand where we are coming from? That's all
I understand where you are coming from, but there is another angle I want you to look at it from. You are not doing it for the person. The person is dead. They don't feel anything. They don't know anything. They are dead.
Yeah, whatever the cheapest place to bury them, wherever they die, that's what we're gonna do.
That is for you. You can deal with that. What of the other
That's
people
what
that
I
are related to the person that cannot deal with it?
Then let those people bring the money. Let those people bring the resources.
So all I'm trying to say, is
All
don't
we are
fault
saying
those
is-
people when they decide to bring the money. Don't. It is them looking after themselves now.
Can I ask you a question? The question we're asking, when these people are making this demand, that's the question we're asking. Who are you making this demand to?
Making what demand?
You
No,
said
see.
demand now. I'm going by what you said.
Which demand again? I said the person, you are not doing
You
it
said
for
the
the
person
dead.
Can I
died.
come in?
You said
Can
the
I
person
can I
died
come
and
in,
they wish
please?
to be buried back home.
Can I
And
come
the
in,
family
please?
say they don't. I'm going by this. This was my question. The person's family cannot afford to take this person back home, and you're saying he's your friend.
No. Please let Mr. Triumph say something. Please.
No.
Triumph.
Yes, Madam Tokbe, Muti. My ear don't full. Ngozika, my sincere condolences. At least I understand where you are and what you want to do. In anyhow we
Triumph,
can be a help.
I can't hear what you're
Can
saying.
you
Why
hear?
did you speak? Your volume is turned down. Please raise
It's
down.
not down. It's my
Can you raise
voice.
up your
It's
volume,
the bedroom. It's the bedroom voice. I beg.
Okay, Ngozika, anyhow we can be a help for you. Let us know. That's not a problem for you to do your closure. I understand you.
Please help,
Yeah,
please.
thank
Triumph,
you
let me
very
understand
much.
what you're doing. Are you using Dr. Damage's
Oh,
this thing
see,
to go forward?
I understand what you are talking about. I understand. Like me myself,
Mr.
since my father died, I've not seen the burial site, and I used to go to Nigeria. I understand. I said that when it's time for me to go, I will go. I'm not going alone. I understand what you're saying about. I understand you, Madam Ngozika. Just don't worry. Okay. Let me keep
No,
quiet. Thank
Triumph,
you.
the question is, do you understand where me and Kandu is coming from? We're not saying we're not sympathetic with what Ngozika is saying. What she's saying is something that happened.
No, Adama, I think you misconstrued what I said earlier. I did not say my friend should ask for help. I said he should do anything within his power. And I said that if I was in his
Someone who
situation,
died do anything? How can someone who died do anything?
not the person who died, his brother that brought his body back.
No,
I am the one that is bereaved. I am the one that is grieving. The dead feel nothing. I am the one that is grieving. My family is grieving. We are the ones left with pain. He is dead. He didn't fix his affairs. He is dead.
Okay, so now
We
the
are the ones
question to
left
you is
with the
that,
mess.
okay, the question is, can the family afford to bring the body home, yes or no?
If I can't afford it, Adam, I've told you, I'll do everything. Yes.
No, because that's not the question I'm asking you. Can you
If the
afford
family,
it?
and I'm
It's a
using
yes or
myself
no
as an
answer.
example. You don't need to go for it. I'm using myself as an example. If I lose somebody who did not plan their life in the overseas, and the person meant that much to me, and I want to honor their last wishes, not just because it is their last wishes, because I want to do it for myself, because of what they meant to me. I'll do everything. If I have to beg, I'll beg, and I'm not a begging person.
Ngozika, can I please chip in? So what you said actually happened, I think, a couple of months ago, and I heard it from a friend. It happened to a friend's friend. I think must have been the mom that left Nigeria, left Lagos to America. You know, the mother passed on during the flight.
Okay.
And the daughter in America, I think precisely in Atlanta or so, she couldn't afford it. She was going through financial stress. You know, she ran away. She didn't go and call. She ran away for the first 3 days. She didn't go to the airport because she was in a state, the same states you're talking about right now. That what am I going to do? My mother wanted to come here to visit and then died on the way. Am I going to collect the corpse? What am I going to do with the body? I can't afford to send her back home. So exactly the scenario you painted, Ngozika, was what happened. She now started reaching out to all family members, negotiating with the airline that brought her, because the mom got on the plane and on that flight alive, but just died during the flight, and they had to negotiate with the airline to carry her back home. That was exactly what happened. But she couldn't afford it. They had to run around. But she ran away. She ran away the first few days. She didn't go and claim the body because of this financial issue.
May I say
Are you
something?
there?
May I jump in?
No,
Listen,
but before you jump in, I just want to make sure Ngozika has the floor to say whatever
Okay,
she wants to say, because
No,
this
I have had the floor. Thank you. I'll go to bed now. Now, good morning.
So, Ngozika, don't disregard what I said. It's very important, please. I appreciate it. No,
I'm very conscious of my mental health, and that one is working. It's something I'm not going to be able to do maybe in my lifetime.
Okay. All right.
It's
listen, this is a very interesting topic.
I don't think I will ever get over that.
We will do it again. Reason why I said this is it wasn't something that ever crossed my mind that we wish to be buried back in Nigeria. Some of us wish to be buried back in Nigeria. However, we didn't make arrangements for us to be buried in Nigeria, considering the expense that is involved with it. And I don't think it is fair to those who are alive, because a friend of a friend died, mother died some few months ago, and people back at home want them to bring the corpse back home. And they said, no problem. All they did was to send a bill to them. I think it was over $10,000 pounds, I beg your pardon. We'll do your wish, but this is what it costs. If you bring the money, we will bring your family, who happens to be their mother, because the kids are here. We'll bring your sisters or your brother back to you, because we've had a share of her as a mother. And so they back off. They could not afford the money. So the woman was buried back in the United Kingdom. So if I want to be buried, then I think it makes more sense for me to make provisions for my kids or for anybody to go bury me back in Nigeria. It's a sentimental thing. There's no doubt about it. If we want to be buried, if anybody wants to be buried back at home, that is their own prerogative to make or whatever it is. But let's make provisions down for us to be buried wherever we want to be buried, because it's very, very, very expensive. And I'm glad for this topic. Like I said, we're going to do more of it, because these are the things we ignore. These are the things we don't want to talk about, but we have to talk about it. And so that is what I have to say. That it hit me when I heard it. This topic came up, and I will look into it again. Like I said, I'd like to thank everyone again for coming. So I yield the floor back to you people. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for using the floor. And we're going to go to, I've not heard it from Not Me. Not Me, can you please unmute? Not Me, are you there?
I don't think he's here. I think he's gone.
He's
Probably
sleeping, or he's sleeping. The person is sleeping.
Okay, I've
So
not
I'm
heard
gonna
from Mr. Is Mr. Jonaba still here, or he's gone? Okay, Mazi
Jonaba
Prince.
Mazi Prince.
Yeah, could you pick up from where Ngozi was speaking from? Thank you.
Okay, so pretty much like I was saying, these things, it's all about wishes. You know, um, um, if the money it's not there, whatever. But at the end of the day, if the money is there and they need to take that person home, let them take the person home. You know, um, a dead body is a dead body. The Indians, we cremate the person, but for me, I say, God forbid, please, I don't want to be cremated. No, I don't like that. I always look at it as if the person is being, kind of like being burnt like a goat. That's what it is. Just the last respect and the last wish is take me back. Just take me back. I'm okay. Even if there is no ceremony to be done there or whatever it is, I'm okay. So that is a personal thing. It's a personal thing, and I'm seriously investing in it. I've told my wife, I've told my family that's what I wish for. And that's it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Basil Prince. I really appreciate your input. Now we're going to do our final roundup. I'm going to start with Mr. Triumph. Then we'll go to Pastor, you came in last. Andrew, do you have anything to say, please?
Yes, I
Before I
do.
go to our
Again,
final submission.
oh yeah, no, I'm doing my final submission. I don't really have, if that's okay with you.
Okay, so if you want to wait to your final submission before I go to anybody to start with the roundup, are you okay with that?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let me start with Mr. Kandu. Kandu, could you please give us your final submission for the night? Thank you, sir.
Are we being timed for the final submission?
Huh?
Are you timing us for the final submission?
The final submission is 5 minutes per person.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah, again, thank you, ladies, and all the other ladies that have also come in, both on the charts and on the panel, to support this ongoing venture. Yeah, at the end of the day, people should do whatever works for them. And at the end of the day, that's what they're going to do anyway. I don't like people being a burden on other people. Personally, I try everything that I can do not to be a burden on anyone else. I don't like people wasting my time, and I don't like to waste other people's time. Even if I'm sitting down doing nothing, it's my time. So I believe, people should have, do whatever works for them. I've believed in insurance policies since I was in high school in Nigeria, because it was part of economics that I took back then. So I understood a little bit of it, and then when I got to the US and got into financing, I understand the importance of it. There are a lot of families that the insurance policy is actually a huge percentage of the financial legacy that they leave for their family. So they pay into it, and as I previously stated about, whether people are getting a 30-year term policy, which are generally very, very relatively inexpensive, or doing something like a universal life policy that helps to contribute towards your retirement and your insurance, please. Everyone that I meet, I tell them, you have to have this. It is that important. Do not get a whole life policy. It's a waste of money. I'm going to say it again. Do not buy a whole life policy. It's a waste of money. So, yeah, wonderful topic. We're all going to go. Whether they cremate you, they put you in the ground, you're still going to be eaten by some or the worms or whatever it is. So I don't really even understand. That's why I don't really care because at the end of the day, it's all going to be consumed earth to earth, ashes to ashes. So that's why even when I meet people and they're like, "Oh, I put $600 an ounce cream on my body," I just look at them like vanity upon vanity. Look well, look good, do the best that you can, but just remember we're all here for a very short term. Help everyone that you can. Be a good human being. Along with your 32 PhDs, be a good human being. Life is about people, not things. Thank you.
Mr. Triumph, your final submission.
And thank you guys. It has been a pleasure listening to you guys for the past 3 weeks. I've been following you guys. I decided to come in tonight because of the subject you people choose. Understand? And again, there's something that I did not say early. Let me just conclude with it. I have 5 minutes, according to Madame. I'm not into splitting. Either you're 100% with me or not. 100%. Your finances, everything. Even though you make €1 a month, everything is we are all in or nothing else. That's the way I live my life. That's the way I do things. If you're not 100% with me, you can forget about it. Understand? And again, before you go into somebody's into marriage, you have to, what have you people doing in courtship? One of the basic things I tell people in every courtship relationship is all about communication. When you people communicate, that's it. But in African culture, we know that we say that African man likes respect and food, then comes the other room. Understand? So one thing is that if you want to get an African man or something like that, that's the price to pay. That's the price to pay. So even the Igbos, they understand it now. They are doing it now. So that's just it. But for today, it has been a lovely topic. Understand? And I love the way you guys, each and everybody brought out their own opinion, and I respect people's opinion. Understand? That's just it. And again, I would have loved to say something, but we are in public. If you guys will go to the backstage later, I'll be happy. I know that you guys are tired. If it's the backstage, I will say what I want to say. Understand? But I'm just happy to see you guys, and I say kudos. Thank you. In French, we say merci beaucoup to Mr. Pastor for doing a very great job. For at least it's not getting my respect. Formerly, no, I used to throw people out. But now it's not gaining my respect now.
You'll
So I'm
make
happy.
you'll make heaven, Mr. Triumph. Don't worry about it.
It's not gaining my respect. No, lovely. Kudos to you. And my Egbon, Mr. Mazi Prince, greetings to you too. It has been long. And my honorable Mr. Kando, I'm here. I mean, I have things that I'm doing. That's why I'm in exile for now. Don't worry. I will get in touch with everyone when everything is settled. Musalo, I love listening. I prefer listening to people now than talking, which is another way of maturity that I learned and to know what's going on. Okay. Thank you, guys. And I hope I will see Madam Adama in the backstage. Thank you.
It's only Adama you want to see, Mr. Triumph.
You too
Okay.
now. You too
It's
now.
okay.
You
It's
too
okay.
now.
You
No,
see
no,
her.
you too now. You too. At least. Let me see what I have to say. Thank you.
For Kandu. Mr. Kandu, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you have spoken
You
already.
said something about the some policy about some sort of policy that if you have, I know what you're talking about. Can you reiterate? Like, can you say that again so that our viewers to know what you're talking about? Then I'll go to the next person.
Yes, it's called. You can get it through just about any insurance company now. It's called Universal Life Policy.
Mhm.
Yeah, Universal
And for
Life.
those that have policy you said don't get what?
Don't get whole life.
Okay. What is the
Whole life.
reason why you say don't get whole life?
In essence, whole life, they contribute a portion of your premium every month.
Year.
Every month actually towards
every month,
towards another type of insurance that they have within their portfolio. So to me, I mean, based on all of the work I've done in that area, either get a term policy depending on your age, 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years. Or, I mean, people should just Google universal life. It's a very simple thing to read up on. And again, in that space is the best thing since sliced bread.
And you said the best policy for them to get is the low what?
What? Say that again, I'm sorry.
You are saying the best policy for them to look into to start off with is what?
It's called universal, what is it called? URL. Give me 1 second real quick. Let me bring it up.
I'm trying to promote you here, bro.
No, it's not. I mean, yeah, it's not true. I mean, this is just something.
No, but I want you to get credit for it because you're the one always promoting.
Yeah, I don't like credits.
I know you, but I know you're into your this thing, but I appreciate you. I just want people to learn from you.
Yeah, either universal or index universal life insurance.
Index universal life insurance.
And they can get it through. They can get it
through. To see if I can have Mr. Kandu post it on our chat to put index universal life insurance so you can look up, and if you don't have insurance, ask question, call the company and ask question on your own. This is one of the company he's worked with, and he would like to recommend for those of us that don't have insurance.
Actually, it's not. I'm sorry. Quick correction. It's not a company. This is a policy that's offered by most of the major insurance companies. So it's not a company. It's a form of insurance. It's a form of insurance.
It's a form of insurance.
Correct.
So it's a form of insurance.
I just put it in the back chart. Index universal life.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Someone is asking on the comment section that can you still take out some money from it?
Yes.
If you have enough.
Actually, yes, you can actually borrow against the policy.
The package I have, I can. Yes.
Yes, you can actually. You're actually allowed to borrow against the policy. You just have to pay it back. I don't remember if it's a year or 2. So you see, the reason this works is because of the life insurance portion. So what it is really is a retirement package that has an underling of life insurance. So that is why they can actually write you a check. They write you a check for the entire premium at retirement age, whatever age that is.
I'm going to thank you so much, Mr. Kandu. And he's going to post the information on the comment section. And we're going next to Mazi Prince of California.
Okay, thank you, Adama. Thank you, Tokwe. And Mr. Kandu, always getting some good information from him, I really appreciate you being on this platform, and also the text that I get from you and all that. It's always very good. In closing, in a nutshell, just like we said, respect is earned and not just given. Pretty much, those who are intending to marry, I will simply say this. I say it in Igbo. Meaning that befriend someone who is good, if it because if it results to marriage, it is what it is. Whatever you put in is what you're gonna get. There is no particular, there's no particular size that fits all when it comes to marriage. You persevere, try to have a listening ear, listen to your wife. I don't know. Like I keep saying, I'm a Libra, and I'm not apologetic about it. Okay, I believe in equality. I believe in the fact that whatever I want to be done to me, that I can do to someone else. I hate conspiracy theories. Those people who want to promote death, some will tell you, oh, the demon is this, the demon is that. And I keep telling them, some people, they even think the demon is, is right in the soil. And I'm telling them, no, the demon is not in the soil. It's right, just like you. He's even more handsome or more beautiful than you. And he still goes to heaven and comes down. The fact about people coming up with all these scary stories about this, about that. I've told someone, I think I said it today, and I said, before the mark of the beast will start being distributed to people, rapture will take place. If that number is being distributed now, and you are here, that means you didn't go. You are here. You are here.
Visa.
It's true. It's true now. That means you are here. So at the end of the day, be good to one another. Be good. Reach out to the poor, especially the poor. When I say love your neighbor as yourself, I didn't say go and sleep with your neighbor's wife or go and sleep with your neighbor's husband. But reach out to them, be nice to them, and all that kind of a thing. In a nutshell, live and let live. That's what I believe in, and that's that has always been my my policy about life. Live and let live. Thank you.
All right, who is next? I
Pastor.
think. Okay, I'm next. Yeah. Again, thank you for this opportunity given to me to speak. Let me start with a joke first. Some years back, an insurance person called to me and said they want me to insure my life, and I just pull his leg. I said, okay. I said, let me ask him a question as he's speaking to me. If I fall dead, if I fall down, collapse now, what will he do? He said he's going to call the ambulance. Okay, that's fine. I said, in the process of taking me to the hospital and I died, what will happen if nobody comes to collect me? He said they'll put me in a mortuary and I'll be buried. I said, so at the end of the day, somebody's going to bury me. It's okay, that's good. So we use it as a joke. At the end of the day, somebody is going to bury us. But the being said, take insurance policy. I mean, if you can afford it, because we don't know what's around the corner. Some people take for traveling, for travel insurance and everything, so that in case anything goes wrong, they can be able to claim back or be well taken care of, and that is important. But the highlight of the day is there's no point we ask for something, put a burden on people, particularly the fact that I want to be buried I want to be buried on the moon, and I'm not making provision for them to go and bury me in the moon. I think that is not fair. That is what I take. One of the things I take from this broadcast, because it has never ever crossed my mind before in this regard. If I want to be buried anywhere in the world, it is fair for me to make provisions for those who are going to, rather than leaving the burden on them, because it costs a lot to transport corpse from one place to the other. Even in Nigeria, even in one's locality, it costs a lot. So if if we want people to bury us back at home, then please let's be fair to them and let's make provisions for them to go and bury us wherever we wish for them to go and bury. Because the money will be more useful to them if they use it on themselves than for them to use their own money to go and bury me in Nigeria anyway, just because they want to fulfill my wish. Fine. It's my wish, then I should make provisions for my wish, not putting a burden on them. We'll deal with this topic again, but next week is another day that we're going to have an interesting topic to talk about. I was with Rudolph earlier today due to some hiccups, but that hiccups has been resolved at the end of the day. So, again, thank you, ladies, for holding this podcast very much, and those who have joined, those who have super chat. One man went to more. Thank you for your super chat, and one of our moderators here, Tokwe, also. Thank you for your super chat. This is highly appreciated. And I think that's all I have to say. Are you the floor back? Thank you. I think it's either
Adama.
you, Adama.
What you so?
I don't
Wake up,
I
oh,
don't
don't
think-
sleep, Adama.
Okay, you
Wake
go
up,
ahead. I
don't
think
sleep.
you
Oh.
said.
Okay. Well, on behalf of Adama and I, thank you all for joining on us today on this podcast. For those on the comment section and on the panel, we really appreciate your contribution. My final words on respect will be: do unto others as you want others to do unto you. If you want to be respected, form the habit of respecting others. Communicate clearly and set boundaries from the beginning of your relationship, so every person clearly understands the expectations of each person. Thank you all. Have a lovely rest of your day. It's Sunday in Nigeria, in the UK, still Saturday here in the United States. Have a good night and a blessed week ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pay. Yep. It's a Saturday night and it's a
We are
boogie
in
time.
Sunday morning. We are in
Adama,
Sunday
do
morning
you want
already
to
now.
speak? I don't know if Adama wants to speak. I don't think she's there. All right. Thank you very much for your time, sir. In the absence of Adama, she's probably falling asleep. We'll call it a night here. We'll see you again next week, Saturday, 6 p.m. New York time.
All right, Pastor. Thank you.
Mr. Triumph, you see, I did not kick anybody out because all of us behave ourselves. It is where people don't
Can
behave.
you
No,
end?
but
Can you
here
end?
we always respect ourselves. We always respect
Exactly.
ourselves here.
Don't mind Mr.
Can you
Triumph. We'll go
please
back.
end, please? The
Okay.
broadcast. We're still live.